lingering holdover shower early Thursday, but it's looking a little better. You know, last week we were thinking that Thanksgiving could be a wash. It's kind of backed up and really kind of honed in on Wednesday night into early Thursday. So we should be able to get most of the rain out of here by the time you got to get out and about on Thursday before the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. I would say the rain's pretty much done at that point. That 50 is going to happen about 6 o'clock in the morning. And then from there, we actually kind of either tumble a couple of extra degrees or hold steady in the upper 40s to near 50 degrees through the course of your Thursday. Dropping down to 32 in the city of Memphis. And again, that means that the outlying areas are likely going to be down in the upper 20s to start off early Friday morning. 46 the high is all we'll be able to manage. And that may be a little aggressive to only go 46. Egg Bowl down in Oxford, Mississippi, Vaught Hemingway Stadium. 2:30 kickoff for the Egg Bowl this year. 45 at noon, at 2 o'clock, 2:30, 44 at halftime. And by the end of the game, just after sunset, in the upper 30s. So to say the least, I think you're going to need a jacket. Even if you're going to the game or you're going to be in the Grove, does not matter. Jackets all day long. We go to Saturday, 46 degrees. And again, that's a start around 30. And that means, again, and the outlying areas likely in the 20s. So several nights of the 20s. I'll take you to Sunday purposefully. I'm going to show you this. This is 44 for a high temperature on Sunday. This is Monday morning's lows. So after Thanksgiving, okay, we're getting back into school. We're getting back we're getting back to the groove of things. When you wake up early Monday morning to go back to work and school, 22 in Hayti, 22 Covington, 26 Memphis, 23 Senatobia, 23 in Batesville, 24 Oxford, Harrisburg, 21 Selmer and Corinth. This is hard freeze territory. This, in some instances, could be pipe bursting weather. So if you have any outdoor piping, I'm giving you a heads up right now. I'm giving you 7 days heads up that this would be near pipe bursting weather for some folks. Again, if you have exposed piping, you probably want to wrap it up. Do that today while it's warm outside. You got a couple of days before we really have to do it, but I will give you this first alert that this is probably going to be the coldest day because look what happens as we go into Monday. We only manage a high in the upper 30s and near 40. And then try to claw our way up through the first week of December, back through the 40s. And I'll give you an opening bid for the St. Jude Marathon, which would be not this Saturday, but the Saturday after this one. Looking like we may be on the warmer trend, trying to get back up to the 50s, trying to get back closer to average, but there could be some rain showers around the area.
Wow, that is a lot to work through, Patrick. A lot of different changes, but I guess the big thing is the big chill is going to last for several days, it looks like. Just going to get colder and colder, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, really, we start with the first front. This is not terrible, okay? This is something that we can manage. But we start getting out here towards the weekend, and that's when we start to get the really cold air. And there's a secondary, really, this would be the third front that would move through here Sunday into Monday, and that's going to be the one that really kicks in here. Now, I'm going to say, really and truly, we're going to have 20s in the overnight lows as we go through the end of this week anyways. Everybody in the outlying areas probably will be in the 20s. It's really going to be the highlight point of the coldest night. And again, that highlight is going to be Sunday night into Monday, where we'll likely be down into the lower and middle 20s. And again, that's hard freeze territory. 26 is hard freeze territory. And really, you start having piping issues around 23, 22 degrees. So there will be some spots that if you have any exposed piping, you could have some issues as we head towards Sunday night into Monday. But even in some spots, I think even before that, there could be some issues. So if I'm looking at this and saying, okay, when's the best time to wrap my pipes? You know, obviously, if you're going on a vacation, probably want to do that before you leave out here the next couple of days. The weather shouldn't be terrible. There will be rain showers this afternoon. Tomorrow's dry. The front side of Wednesday looks to be dry as well. And the back end of Thursday also looks to be dry. But obviously, if you're going on travel, you know, you're probably not going to be around here on Thursday for Thanksgiving. So just want to go ahead and get that out of the way and get it done here the next couple of days. Yeah, at least it will be warmer the next couple of nights.
Meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us a first alert to some sub-freezing temperatures. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, another live look at a warmer, much warmer day today where it is 62 degrees in Midtown Memphis. There's a shot from downtown right there. We're expecting warmer temperatures here today and perhaps a rain shower or two. We'll be talking more about the forecast throughout the morning here on Action News 5's. Digital Desk. Right now, I want to go right now and take a quick break. As we head to break, I want to let you know that when we come back, we're going to be talking about being healthier when it comes to the decisions you make to eat various foods and how some foods can actually help you deal with stress and anxiety. That's in 60 seconds. Morning, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Got a great interview set up for you, the author of this book. This book says, Calm Your Mind with Food, a revolutionary guide to controlling your anxiety. She is joining us on the Digital Desk. She is not only an author, she's written several books, but she's also a Harvard-trained psychiatrist. She's also a professional chef. She's a nutrition specialist. And now she is joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm proud to say welcome to Dr. Uma Naidu, joining us now to talk about foods to eat to give us less anxiety, less stress when we enter the holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and beyond. And Dr. Uma, thank you for joining us here. So where do we begin? I mean, let's talk about some of those foods that reduce stress and why they reduce stress. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I think the first thing to notice about all that I'm talking about is the colors of the different foods. You know, we kind of think about some special food or special ingredient, but it's really going back to those basic whole foods. So one of the things I like people to think about is the word CALMS, calms, and I'll break it down for you. So the C is actually for vitamin C, which you get from citrus fruit, lemons, limes, oranges, clementines, mandarins, those types of things. So vitamin C is excellent, beating inflammation and helping your mood and to ease anxiety. The colors give you antioxidants. The other C is for choline from things like eggs, but also, you know, I have a little boiled egg here, but also from chickpeas and legumes and things like that. So I want you to think about those ingredients as well. But guess what? The other C is for dark chocolate. So you can add that in as well. The A is for things like anthocyanins, which gives blueberries that delicious, beautiful blue color. Very good for your brain. And then, you know, ashwagandha is a supplement, and this little container here, the reason it's a supplement is because it's very bitter tasting. But then you go to L, liquids. Just remember to replenish with water all day as you're shopping and you're getting into the holiday season. Water will keep you calm and actually keep your mood on an even keel. But also things like passion flower tea will help you out. So sip on that, make some as you're going out shopping or having a stressful day at work, because everything ramps up over the holidays. And then we go to M. The M is for more omegas, which you can actually get from canned salmon. And you can get it from fresh or canned salmon. The omegas are from these fatty fish that are healthy for our brain, but you also get healthy fats from things like avocados. So add those into your salads and your nuts. And then the S is for spices and herbs. So I have my spice tray here, but you know, you can use a little bit of turmeric with a tiny pinch of black pepper to actually help anything, a tea, a soup, a smoothie to uplift your mood, a little bit of saffron in your food, fresh herbs like oregano, you know, garlic, all of these delicious herbs that we're using anyway for holidays like Thanksgiving are really going to help uplift the mood because they keep you calm due to the antioxidants. These beat off inflammation in the gut and the brain. All of these foods are things I want you to add in. Anything here has a lot of fiber, a lot of color, a lot of texture. You even have your flax seeds and your hemp seeds, everything that you can. Your soup should have your garlics, leeks, and onions, great prebiotic fiber. And then don't forget things like your nut butters. They have protein as well as fiber and the nutrients that you need. So the more that you can think about it, just go to those actual foods, the whole foods that you can eat, and the simple ones. There's nothing special that you don't have in your pantry or fridge right here.
I love it. I love it. And that's a great acronym to really kind of start getting those foods with that will help you with your anxiety and stress. That acronym CALM, CALM, and that stands for colors like vitamin C, chickpeas, and chocolate. Ashwagandha, and is it
Anthocyanins from your blueberries.
Anthocyanins with
yeah.
blueberries,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then liquids, and then more omega-3s and magnesium, and then spices.
Magnesium.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the spices? You mentioned
Yes.
a little bit there.
Yeah. So, spices have the colors, they have no calories, and if it's a pure spice, there's no salt in it either. But they actually help inflammation pathways in the gut and the brain. They are rich in flavor, so they flavor up our food. And we're using these delicious holiday spices right now, cinnamon, ginger, cardamom. If you're cooking more spicy foods, maybe some cumin, some coriander, some turmeric, oregano, parsley, thyme, all of these are great for you. So whether it's the fresh spice that you're using in your turkey for Thanksgiving or the dried spices, add them in wherever you can. Because not only does it boost the flavor of your food, it has this other benefit of helping your brain too. And that's not something we often realize. So I'm sharing my spice tray here, but you might have one of your own or your little spice bottles. I have a spice rack behind me, whichever way that you store them. And if you're using the dried spice, use half as amount as the fresh herb. Like I have some fresh oregano here. But if I use the fresh oregano, I'd use a certain amount. But if I use dried oregano, I'd use half the amount my recipe because it's super concentrate in the dried spice.
I love it. I love it, Dr. Uma. Thank you. Let me ask you this. Where do people make the biggest mistakes when it comes to trying to find foods that will help with stress and anxiety? Because I don't have to tell you, stress and anxiety is overwhelming these days. So many people are stressed out. Where do people make the most mistakes?
I think it's that we tend to go to what we call comfort foods. But to be honest, comfort foods are discomfort for your brain. And what do I mean by that? In the short term, that cookie, the candy, the donut, the cake, maybe the savory snack that you like, that gives you a temporary feeling of maybe you feel a little bit good, but it's really bad for your blood sugar balance, for your brain, for inflammation in your body. So I think what happens is we get stressed and we reach out for these foods, then we want more of them, and we get into this habit cycle that kind of ruins it for us. So I'm all about, an 80-20 rule. If it's your birthday, if it's the holiday, have that piece of pie that you're looking forward to, enjoy it. But the rest of the time, the 80% of the time, try to be eating your leafy greens, your salads, your colors, great spices, drinking enough water, that type of stuff to create that balance. I think we fall off when we eat those foods that are ultra processed and have a lot of added sugar and salt that are really out of the amounts of range that our body really needs to survive and thrive.
Where do you stand on supplements? And if you recommend supplements, which ones do you recommend?
So supplements really do provide and fill a nutritional gap because none of us is a perfect eater, including myself. The reason I mentioned ashwagandha here is because it is an old spice from Ayurvedic times, and it is very bitter tasting. So it's a great way to add a supplement to your diet is to take a powder or a pill, whatever form that is. And I think that's perfectly fine because there's a good amount of evidence that it is calming. Another one is saffron. Saffron is very expensive and you use very little in your food, but it has a lot of good evidence that saffron helps mood. That's another one where a supplement is going to give you enough of a dose that will help your mood. But always speak to your provider, even about supplements, because that's important that your provider knows, what you're taking along with any other medications you are prescribed and your medical conditions.
Sorry about that. You didn't hear me. Let me let me show the book one more time. Calm Your Mind with Food. You wrote this book helping people out there with anxiety and stress. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
I think that if you're running about shopping and being busy, just remember to maybe carry a snack pack of some nuts, something that you can eat on the go, and remember to have your water with you because hydrating all the time also staves off cravings and keeps you away from eating something that's unhealthy on the go. Because we're entering these busy times now, which can also be fun and it's important to enjoy too.
Dr. Uma Naidu, I really appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk. Congratulations on the latest book. I look
Thank
forward
you.
to reading it from cover to cover and getting that knowledge that's so important in this stressed out time that we are living in. So thank you very much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate all the information
Thank
you
you.
gave to all of us. Thank you.
I want to switch gears now and talk about a very important topic. It's the holiday season, which means things are heating up in the kitchen. A lot of holiday cooking, of course, and with that comes the risk of house fires. So this is a very important topic. Of course, we are bringing in now Memphis Fire Public Information Officer Quanisha Ward to tell us about an opportunity for you right there at home to get a free smoke detector. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Thanks so much for stopping by the Digital Desk. I want to jump right into and get into the who, what, when, where, and how, but there's an opportunity for people to gather a free smoke detector. Let's just talk about the importance of smoke detectors.
Absolutely. The free smoke detector program has been a long-standing program that the city of Memphis and the Memphis Fire Department has partnered with for a long time. But you'll be surprised how many people in the community are not aware that they can get a free smoke detector. And like you mentioned, with the holidays coming up and the temperatures dropping, we just want to keep pushing this message that you can get a free smoke detector.
Talk about the importance of having a smoke detector.
Absolutely. So working smoke detectors is one of the most effective tools to saving lives in the event that you have a fire. The risk of dying in your home is cut in half when you have a smoke detector. And it also provides that early warning, giving families that critical time that they need to escape safely outside of their home.
So obviously and very important to have. Let's talk about where and when people can go and grab these smoke detectors.
So this program is year round. I know that we're kind of talking about it now that the temperatures are dropping, but this program, you can request a smoke detector year round. It's two ways that you can request a smoke detector. You can go online by visiting memphistn.gov smoke detector program, and you can pull it up that way. You can also call the fire museum and request to get a free smoke detector. That number is 636-5650. What will happen is once you fill out that application, whether it's online or call the fire museum, we will have someone scheduled to come out to your home, and we'll have our Memphis firefighters install that smoke detector for you.
Very helpful advice there. And also, since we're on the topic of smoke detectors, are there different kinds of smoke detectors?
So you have the ones that last up to 15 years, and that's the ones, and then we have the ones that last up to 30. We want to tell everybody when we come, to try to get the smoke detectors that give you the most amount of years. So more for your buck if you're going to buy one, try to get one that lasts long. In addition to that, we also like to put the message out there to change your batteries. We just had a change in time, so that's the perfect opportunity to check those batteries to make sure they're still working properly. If you hear that chirping noise inside your home, don't just ignore it. Do not take that smoke detector down. An event, we're all going to be cooking around the holiday. I know it's annoying when something, starts to burn. You want to like, oh, I'm tired of this noise and take it down. But most times, often what we see is when you take those smoke detectors down, you forget to put them back up, or you take the batteries out, you forget to put the batteries in. And that's when you need it the most.
And I know exactly what noise you're talking about. I am guilty of it. So this is my friendly
Yes.
reminder to, to get that solved immediately. Also, I know you mentioned about the maintenance of it and wanting one that will last a long time. What's considered a long time? Like, should you keep your smoke detector every 2 years and try to change it out? How often?
So, you want to always read the manufacturer, the instructions on there. But most of the time, when you get a smoke detector, it'll tell you how long the warranty is. So, you just want to follow those recommendations for the warranty that's on the smoke detector that you purchased. And like I said, you want to make sure that you change the batteries out at least twice a year. And if you sense anything wrong with your smoke detector, let's just say that you had some type of smoke inside the house and it did not activate the way that you needed it to, you can still reach out to the fire department, and we don't mind coming out to just see if it needs new batteries or if you might possibly need a new one.
Very helpful advice today. Were there any other tips that you wanted to give us outside of telling us the importance of a smoke detector? Any other advice?
One thing that I want with the smoke detectors is just make sure that you have multiple means of egress outside of your home. Make sure that you have a fire exit plan, safety plan inside your home, in addition to having the smoke detectors. Because yes, smoke detectors save lives, but you also want to make sure that everyone in your home is aware of where to go, have a safe place to meet just in case there is a fire.
All right, that's Memphis Fire Public Information Officer Quenisha Ward. And one more time for everyone, for those probably just now tuning in, tell us again when and where they can go and pick up those smoke detectors.
So it's a year-round program, and you can request a smoke detector two ways online at memphistn.gov smoke detector, and you can also call one by calling the fire museum, and that number is 636-5650.
All right, thanks so much for stopping by the digital desk. We look forward to chatting with you again, okay?
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The flu, COVID, RSV, these are common respiratory illnesses with symptoms that can range from very mild to deadly in some cases. I'm joined now to talk more about these vaccines with Dr. Eric D. Griggs. He is someone who has dedicated his professional life to raising health and wellness awareness in communities all across the country. Dr. Griggs, good morning to you. I understand it's not too late to get this vaccine, various vaccines for the flu, COVID, and RSV. Is that right? Good morning.
Good morning. That's absolutely right. We're about 10 days out from Thanksgiving, in the midst of our holiday season. It's the perfect time to get vaccinated. It takes about 10 to 14 days for your immune system to kick in and get your protection. So this is the perfect time to risk less and do more by getting vaccinated.
Which populations are more at risk?
So the ones that are most at risk are extremes of age. Of course, our babies and pregnant moms, kids younger than 6 months, but particularly our adults ages 65 and older. As we age, our immune systems tend to weaken, and we need to do everything we can to help protect the extremes of age. One of the best ways that we can do that is by getting our vaccines and taking care of your health, because there are a lot of times that people that age tend to have chronic diseases that can compromise their immune system.
I'm curious, why do these respiratory infections always spike during the fall and spring?
Interestingly, it's that time of year this time of year is when it tends to get cooler, and viruses, well, a lot of the respiratory viruses like COVID tend to like cooler temperatures. But we also congregate during these times of year, and that's the way that they're spread, right? We're crowded in indoor spaces during the holidays, loving on our families and our loved ones, and we pass those droplets onto each other. Then in the spring, we go outside, and we tend to congregate outside by a celebration of it. And the viruses take advantage of the fact of the human contact, and that's how they're perpetuated. So this is the time. These are the times of year that we need to do the best things we can to protect ourselves, take less risks, and do more to protect ourselves.
Eric, I know that you know that there are a lot of people that have vaccine fatigue. You know, they've heard so much about it coming out of the pandemic. The last thing they want to do is get another vaccine, especially when it comes to COVID. What do you say to those people?
So what I want to say first is I sympathize and empathize with you. It's been no fun on this side of it either, figuring it out. But I want them to understand that these things work. Vaccines were created for a reason. All vaccines, they have protected and saved millions of lives over the years because these viruses that have vaccines can be particularly deadly, and that's the purpose of having these vaccines. So we're getting it right. The vaccines work. Again, they've been proven time and time again. Don't buy into the myth that vaccines don't work, because they absolutely do, and we have the history and the data to prove it.
Anything else you want to mention right now before we let you go regarding the flu, COVID, RSV, or vaccines in general?
Yeah, I want people to take, if you can, it's the holiday season. It's a festive time to celebrate our loved ones, and the best thing you can do for yourselves is, again, take less risk by getting vaccinated, washing your hands, stay away from the family gathering. I know it sounds like a lot, but if you're not feeling well, stay home. If you're going to go around people and you're feeling even just a small cold, put on a mask. And again, like your mom always told you, wash your hands, please wash your hands.
All right, Eric Griggs, Doctor of Community Medicine, we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk, and thank you for all the information. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Social media has so many benefits for all of us, and for teenagers, helping them learn new skills, create friendships and support systems, that can be great, but it can also be, as we all know, very challenging to navigate, to keep kids safe online, especially teenagers. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Whitney Caceres. She is a pediatrician, and she regularly talks to teens and parents about these issues. Dr. Caceres, thanks for joining us. Let's talk a little bit about maybe the top 3 concerns of parents when it comes to kids and teens using social media. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, parents are concerned about who their teens are talking with, what type of content they're seeing, and if their time is well spent. And Instagram's teen accounts address all 3 of these top concerns for parents, which is really important to me as a clinician who hears these concerns day in and day out.
I bet you do. And so that is certainly an issue. Now, I know that Instagram and a lot of these social media platforms, every so often, maybe 6 months to 12 months, they do kind of a refresh, and they have kind of a way to protect kids and teens with their refresh. So what is Instagram teen accounts? What are they doing to protect teenagers out there?
Yep. So I see this as much more than a refresh, actually, from Instagram. Instagram's teen accounts are a new experience for teens entirely that is guided by parents, and it's designed with built-in protections really to limit who they're able to interact with, the type of content they can see, but also to provide new opportunities to explore their interests. Instagram has already placed tens of millions of teens into teen accounts automatically. And for teens under 16 years old, they need their parents' permission to make any of the settings in teen accounts less restrictive. I see this as a valuable tool for parents in my clinical setting because it will make those conversations a lot more thorough and will help parents to reinforce the restrictions that they have already at home or are attempting to have in their family.
So give us some examples of the kind of supervision that you recommend when it comes to parents and teenagers and social media.
Absolutely. Well, one of my favorite built-in protections in Instagram's teen accounts is actually the private account setting. So this means that teens have to accept any new followers and that only their followers are able to interact with them or to see their content. There's also a sensitive content control. So teens are placed in the strictest settings for Instagram's sensitive content control, meaning that they can't see age inappropriate content in places like Reels or Explore pages. And then nighttime sleep is enabled. So between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., notifications are silenced. Direct messages have an auto reply. This is going to really improve digital well-being and again, make those conversations and those regulations that parents want to have in their home a lot easier to enforce.
Okay, and what else can we talk about right now, Whitney? I mean, there's so many, it's such a vast space out there, the online social media networks and teenagers going out there, almost like a blue ocean. What else comes up often when you talk with parents?
A lot of parents talk about how they want to have individual control of their supervision of their teens. And so with Instagram teen accounts, there are built-in protections, but some parents want to be even more involved with their experience online with social media. And so Instagram has actually updated their parental control feature. Parents are going to be able to do things that they ask me about and want all the time, like having insights into who their teens are chatting with. While parents can't see individual messages, they can see who their teens have contacted and been contacted by in the past 7 days. They can set total daily limits, which is something that's very important to the parents that I see. They can make it so that sleep time is completely disabled on the app for their teens. And I think exciting as well in terms of creating bonds with their teens, they can have insights into the age-appropriate topics that their teens are looking at. And so this gives parents more control and makes it much more individualized.
It sounds great. These all sound very good. Is there a place online where parents can look and kind of see the different changes and the different supervising tools for their teens?
Absolutely. To learn more, parents can go to instagram.com/teen accounts.
Okay, anything else when it comes to, I know we talked a lot about Instagram. Is there anywhere else that you send parents when it comes to social media and teens?
Well, I think that globally, parents really want a place where their teens are going to be safe on the internet. No one wants an internet that's unsafe for teens. And parents also globally want it to be that on social media, that their teens are able to connect with their friends and that they're able to explore those different interests that they have. The American Academy of Pediatrics is a wonderful place to look up digital well-being, but also Instagram has an entire resource center for parents to talk about developing this well-being. and they've partnered with a lot of different leading organizations on it. In my experience, having ongoing open conversations about social media safety is one of the key factors in terms of helping teens to be more reasonable with their social media use and also to make safer choices. So that's always my number one suggestion with parents, is to keep those lines of communication open and to access resources that will help them to do it.
Great ideas, great tips, and great ways to protect teens online. Dr. Whitney Caceres, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thanks so very much for spelling it out in an easy and concise way for all those parents out there. We appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You know, when the weather changes, it gets cooler out. Sometimes we crave that warm spice comfort food like chili, for example. How can we make some of those comfort foods lighter and healthier? Isn't that a great question? Let's bring in registered dietitian Leslie Eli with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare to talk a little bit about this topic here. And Leslie, I appreciate you joining us once again on the Digital Desk. So where do we begin on trying to make things a little bit lighter out there, especially something like chili? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yes, it's those temperatures are cooling down. We are craving those, comfort foods, those warm, cozy things. So, and if we're talking about chili, one thing we need to keep in mind is controlling our sodium. So, rinsing our beans, if we're putting beans in our chili, we can even step up the fiber a little bit more alongside our beans by adding some of that canned pumpkin. It's kind of pumpkin season right now as well. So packing that fiber punch, adding things like butternut squash. So really offsetting um, the total carbs and fat and everything in that chili by adding some of those good nutritious vegetables in there as well.
That's a great idea to do the butternut squash and the pumpkin. Why would we want to? I know it's important to do, but can you explain why we rinse the beans?
Sure. So part of the canning process is they're going to add sodium to it to help kind of keep it shelf stable. So things that are canned are going to be a little bit higher in sodium versus something that's going to be fresh or frozen. So anytime that you can rinse anything that's canned can help reduce the sodium amounts on there just by rinsing off anything that's on the surface level. Also, you can pick items that say, no salt added or lower sodium. Those are going to be great options as well. So if you can't find something that has no sodium added, rinsing is going to be, the next best thing.
Yeah, sodium is certainly an issue for sure. I mean, some people just think it's just a little bit of salt, but when you're, making a crock pot of chili and stuff, you want it to taste just right. And a lot of times, you can add too much sodium. Anything else you want to mention on the chili, or can I move on to another dish?
Well, one thing with the chili too, great topping. We can add some things that help keep us satisfied, maybe without eating as much of the chili. So things like avocado, great source of fat there, and can help us keep a little bit more full without having to go back to the chili for seconds or thirds.
Love avocados. Everything is better with avocados. Certainly, I love that. Butternut squash, avocados. You're getting my taste buds going this morning, Leslie. I appreciate that. Something else when it comes to comfort food in the fall and the winter months, a lot of times we like to have those casseroles. What's some good suggestions, some ideas to lighten it and make it healthier?
So one thing you can look for, if you're looking for a recipe for a casserole that's usually got those like cream type soups, I definitely use those in a pinch, but there are casseroles that don't use those. They use more of like a milk and a flour kind of roux type thing to thicken them up. And that's going to help you also keep control of your sodium. So anytime that you're able to, put those ingredients together and cut out something that's going to be canned or packaged, you're actually able to control how much sodium, and seasoning. You can season it any way you want. You can add dried herbs, you can add, peppers and onions, other things besides salt, to make it taste good.
Yeah, a lot of times people do add, cream of mushroom or cream of potato, that sort of thing. And so what you're saying is stay away from that. Just add those things yourself. Slice up a mushroom or a potato, that sort of thing, right?
Correct. And look for recipes that are using like a milk and a flour thickener or a cornstarch thickener, something that's not going to be from a can. You can also, in those casseroles, you can throw in spinach, any type vegetable. You can really, especially if you're kind of, using some sort of cheese or something to top that, really great avenue for adding in all the vegetables.
A lot of times people like to have, pasta, for example, baked ziti. That's one of my favorites. And during the winter months, people like to splurge on that. What are your suggestions for something like a baked ziti?
So definitely we can use a whole wheat pasta. They also have like a chickpea based pasta that's going to be higher in protein. My peeps at my house can't even tell the difference on those, and helps us feel a little bit more full with all that added protein. Sometimes in my meat sauce, I add lentils. And so do half meat, half lentils, to kind of help with the protein, the plant-based proteins. You can shred carrots into your red sauces. You can, again, add pumpkin. So definitely beefing up the vegetables and the plant-based proteins, without adding more, meat-based proteins. Those red sauces really help take on the flavor. Everything kind of blends well, and you can't really tell that you've added, carrots, zucchini, lentils, whatever it may be. So those are great tips to kind of try out this season.
Something else, because my wife is gluten-free, and so pasta is kind of a struggle for her. We use sometimes spaghetti squash. I mean, you cook up a spaghetti squash, you bake it in the oven. It is amazing taste-wise, and you can add kind of the same sauces and whatever else, making it a much healthier dish. Anything else that, like tips for anything else this fall and winter months when it comes to eating to make it lighter and healthier?
Sure. My biggest takeaway for this season, we're coming up on Thanksgiving, Christmas, where everyone's gathering around food and those big dishes. Just remember, this is just, a couple of days out of the year. My biggest thing that I tell my clients, my patients is, skip the things that you can get any other day that you're not as excited about, and fill your plate with foods that you don't get very often. Your mom's sweet potato casserole, or your aunt's, whatever it might be. Just that is going to help you, I feel like, be a little bit more satisfied with the food choices that you're making, and not necessarily, slamming your plate with everything on the table, because you have to have a little bit of everything. Make your plate those things that you really enjoy on those specific days, and leave the mashed potatoes or the green beans for any other day that you can get them. And that's kind of the philosophy that I kind of live by when I'm navigating those food tables.
Those are great ideas, great suggestions. We really appreciate those tips, Leslie. Thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk and helping the thousands of people who watch us each and every morning. We appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday, the week of Thanksgiving. A lot of changes on the way over the next couple of days. Enjoy the warm weather while we have it here today, and I will go ahead and tell you now, give you a first alert. If you've got any exposed piping, you probably want to go ahead and take the time while it's a little warmer here on the front side this week to get ready and wrap those pipes, because changes in a big way in the colder department are on the way. Southwesterly breezes today, pushing those numbers to the upper 60s and low 70s at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Variably cloudy skies and most of the showers after lunchtime today into the early evening hours. Now again, the wind's a little gusty from time to time, around 25 to 35 miles per hour, generally out of the south and west. We turn more westerly late this afternoon and turn more northerly after sunset as the frontal boundary works its way through the region. Rain chances will also be on the increase as we head through the latter half of this morning into the afternoon hours. I think after lunchtime, that's when we start to see a few showers moving through the area. Now understand, this will not be everybody getting wet, but many folks will probably see at least a chance for showers as we go through the latter half of the afternoon into the early evening hours. After about 7, 8 o'clock this evening, the rain chances will start to taper off. The rain should come to an end by midnight. Mostly cloudy skies, temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s with that wind turning northerly 10 to 15 miles per hour. Of course, a lot of changes coming in our direction the next couple of days. I want you to stay weather-aware anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Speaking to that, let's just hop forward. Of course, one of the busiest travel days of the entire year, traveling across the region. This is Wednesday, and we're looking at I-40 from Knoxville to Nashville to Memphis, Little Rock, Fort Smith, Oklahoma City. There's obviously going to be some opportunities for rain. I think the better rain chances will come in during the afternoon and evening hours of Wednesday. So if you're heading out early on Wednesday, I think you're going to be in decent shape. Different story if you're going to be northbound along I-55. That's where the rain will start. And for some folks, rain and snow showers mixing in from time to time across portions of Illinois, Indiana, southern Michigan, and northwestern portions of Ohio. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see a couple snowflakes mixing in with temperatures in the 40s in Chicago, 47 with rain showers in St. Louis are heading south, 74 in Jackson, Mississippi, upper 70s near 80 degrees in New Orleans. This is all going to be part of a big change that will come in our direction. Again, opportunities for scattered showers here today and into tonight. We're dry tomorrow, and we've told you guys all week long last week leading into this past weekend that Tuesday would probably be the best day to get out and do traveling. Wednesday is a little iffy. I think the front side of Wednesday we will be okay, but after lunchtime that's when we start to see the rain chances increasing. Continues through Wednesday evening, Wednesday night. Should come to an end prior to sunrise for most spots on Thanksgiving Thursday. I wouldn't be surprised that there's still a few lingering showers in a few spots, but we should trend drier, maybe even a few clearing spots as we get ready for a quiet and bright but very cold Friday across the region. Let's go hour by hour with our First Alert Futurecast. This is Wednesday morning. Again, we'll start off the day with no major problems, just clouds. Temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s. We'll work our way to the low to mid 60s on Wednesday afternoon. This is Wednesday evening. Rain chances beginning to increase, at times a little heavy as the front works its way through the area. That's Thursday morning, 7 a.m. This particular model, trending drier. This same model last week was extremely wet through the entire day on Thursday. This is going to be a quick little system that comes and goes, but it's going to leave in its wake a big blast of colder air. And really and truly, this is not even the coldest of the air that's going to be dumping southward. So Thursday morning, we'll start off with clouds, temperatures 40s, and probably hovering in the 40s if not maybe just kind of bobbing up and down a degree or two on either side of where you kind of start off the day. So we'll average out around 50 degrees, but there will be some spots where the temperatures may dip a couple of degrees, and by the end of the day, maybe even some clearing. Look at the temperatures under clear skies early on Friday morning. 20s and 30s. And as I mentioned, this is not even the coldest of the air that's on the way. So let's talk about that in your extended forecast. Again, warm breezes here today. A low in the upper 30s and low 40s to start off early on Tuesday, only managing a high of 54. That's not bad. A mixture of clouds and sunshine on Tuesday. We'll go Wednesday with rain chances mainly in the afternoon, evening hours, and then exiting through Thanksgiving. I think we're in decent shape there. But the temperatures on Thanksgiving, that 50 is going to happen about 6 o'clock in the morning. We may dip into the upper 40s through the course of the day. Go into Friday, starting off with a temperature in the upper 20s and lower 30s, included here in the city about 32 degrees. The Egg Bowl over at Vaught Hemingway Stadium in Oxford, Mississippi, 2:30 kickoff for the Mississippi State Bulldogs and the Ole Miss Rebels. 45 at kickoff, 44 halftime, down to the upper 30s by the end of the game. So definitely seeing a big change going into the overnight period, dropping back to around 30 degrees to wake up early Saturday. Kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine on Saturday, middle and upper 40s on Saturday. Another cooler blast comes down into the area on Sunday, 44 the high temperature. But I want you to look at this. This is the overnight lows for early Monday. Remember, at the front side of this forecast, I told you, you want to probably start looking at wrapping your exposed pipes. And the reasoning why is this right here. This will be probably one of the coldest nights that we've seen in a very long time, and that's widespread. Even 26 here in the city of Memphis would be near pipe bursting weather, but I think in the outlying areas, most definitely in pipe bursting opportunity. I think 22, 23 is kind of the pipe bursting level for exposed pipes. So if you have any exposed piping, you definitely want to take care of that here the next couple of days. 22 in Dyersburg, the same thing in Covington, 23 West Memphis, 24 and Tunica, as well as Oxford, 21 Selmer, Bolivar, and Corinth. Needless to say, this is some of the coldest air that we've seen thus far, obviously this season, but going back to even January and February, and that would be Sunday going into Monday. So this would be the first day going back to classes after the Thanksgiving holiday, only managing a high on Monday of the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. There is a slow warming trend that will try to get going through the course of next week. Temperatures to the mid 40s on Tuesday, upper 40s to near 50 come Wednesday, low 50s come Thursday, and maybe getting closer to average as we approach the St. Jude Marathon, which would be the following Saturday. Not this one coming up, but the one after next. But I will also mention that there could be some rain showers associated with the St. Jude Marathon. We're going to watch that closely. Of course, be the first to alert you to any changes. But the big story here, again, several different systems coming down the pipeline. First one comes in here Monday into Tuesday, first blast of cooler air. We get a brief warm up on Wednesday, then we start tumbling to the second system that moves in here Wednesday into Thanksgiving Thursday. Much cooler through the weekend, and another system hot on its heels moves in here Sunday into Monday, and then we start a slow warming trend, but still even that well below average going into the end of November and the beginning of December.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There's some new data that reveals dangerous driving behaviors are on the rise. In fact, 78% of people believe inattentive driving is a bigger issue today than in previous years, and nearly half of drivers think the roads are less safe now than they were just a year ago. Let's bring in a couple of people to talk about this issue and solutions to these dangerous driving behaviors. I'm joined right now by Ryan McMahon, Senior Vice President of Cambridge Mobile Telematics, and Jessica Kearney, Vice President Public Policy with the Travelers Institute. Good morning to you both. Let's first talk about the results from this new study out here that talks about the risk index and distracted driving behaviors on the rise. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for having us on. I mean, you said it. Holiday season is upon us, and so is holiday travel. So this is a really important moment right now this week to talk about roadway safety. We recently released the Traveler's Risk Index on distracted driving, and we found that nearly 60% of people admit to actively reading their texts or emails while they're driving. And wait for this one, about a quarter, give or take, say they're actively updating their social media accounts or they're taking photos or videos while they're driving. So whether you identify with any of those behaviors that I just mentioned or not, the reality is that when you're out on the road, people are doing these things all around your vehicle. So we're really encouraging people this holiday season to stay alert, be aware of your surroundings, and have this conversation with your friends and family about the risks of distracted driving.
Yeah, I hate when I see a glowing, for instance, if we're traveling at night and there's a glowing in a car and you see someone that's on their phone while they should be driving instead of being on their phone. It's so dangerous. And, I'm just trying to think, like, what else could we do other than, honk the horn a few times? That's probably not the best solution. What kind of solutions are out there for all of us that just want safer roadways?
Yeah, so at the Travelers Institute, we've hosted nearly 100 events, public education events on distracted driving, and here are a few of my top takeaways. First, program that navigation, set up that podcast before you leave your driveway, set that moment to be really intentional before you get underway. Second, speak up. We all have to start bringing about a change in attitudes about distractions. So if you see someone driving distracted, say something. And third and last, and I think this is really actionable, all of our smartphones today are equipped with technology that you need to block incoming notifications, all those little pings and dings while you're driving. On the iPhone, it's called Driving Focus, and on Androids, it's through Google Assistant, and it's called Driving Mode. It takes 30 seconds, set it up today. It couldn't be easier.
Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. Ryan, I want to talk to you for just a brief moment. Tell me about Cambridge Mobile Telematics and perhaps a solution to all this.
Yeah, a couple of quick things. Number one, telematics has helped us identify what causes crashes. And from a behavior standpoint, we know that distracted driving contributes to about a third of the crashes that we measure. And those crashes happen at higher speeds. And the insurance industry has started to provide incentives to drivers to reduce those behaviors. They offer hundreds, if not thousands of dollars back off of in incentives from premium, help control costs and reduce this behavior that is causing, unfortunately, our roads to become less safe.
Gotcha. Okay, and I guess there's like specific advice for younger drivers, maybe Gen Zs that are out there on the roads and trying to minimize their issues or their distractions, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, I think ultimately one of the most important things for Gen Z drivers is to help to get that feedback and those incentives to help continue that positive reinforcement behavior. And that's really what we're seeing with the telematics technology. Apps like IntelliDrive from Travelers Insurance is one of those. And over 45 million people have already opted into programs like this, and a great solution for Gen Z drivers as well.
Jessica, you wanted to say something?
Oh, I was going to say our research also found that Gen Z drivers said they're more likely than other generations to experience intense emotions or stress while driving behind the wheel. And stressed drivers are more likely to be distracted, more likely to drive at higher speeds, and even less likely to stop at crosswalks. So especially during this holiday season, we all have to take that moment to make sure we're ready to get behind the wheel.
So Jessica and Ryan, I open this up to both of you. How do you want people to leave this interview? I mean, are there some action solutions out there, maybe an action list. The next time we're hitting the highway, there's going to be millions of Americans hitting the highway this Thanksgiving Day weekend. What's your advice to them? Jessica, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I think take that moment to be intentional. And if you're doing air travel this week and you're getting in a rental car, I would say one quick tip, take a few minutes to become acclimated with the technology and the car before you get out on the road.
Ryan?
And my tip would be, if you have the opportunity to put money back in your pocket, if you have a couple of minutes while you're sitting on the couch this week, maybe in between football games, call up your insurance provider or open up your smartphone app and download your insurance company's telematics product. Travelers and Trolley Drive, again, is one of those that provides that feedback to drivers that help them. And it's really about developing safe habits. And the best way to develop safe habits is to get paid while doing it at the same time.
Okay, Ryan, Jessica, we appreciate this conversation. It's so important, especially this time of year, to have these kinds of conversations, not only stressing the problems and the dangers, but also the solutions to all of it. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, another live look from our High Five camera downtown as we go to break here. 63 degrees, some clouds out there. At 8:07, we're back in 1 minute. Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Tech gifts for the holiday season. That has become a mainstay in my house and so many others. They're more popular than ever. They bring a unique blend of practicality, entertainment, and innovation in our daily lives. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by tech and lifestyle expert Stephanie Humphrey. She is here to give us more insight to some of those gadgets this holiday season. And Stephanie, it looks like you got some right there on the desk. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
So let's start off with some of the best ones you got.
All right, so this season we have a lot of amazing tech products that actually blend functionality with style, and that makes them perfect for anybody on your list. Now, for the smartphone lovers out there, the Motorola Razr Plus is a standout, and what makes this phone unique is its large, intelligent external display, which is the biggest in the industry, that provides quick access to messages and notifications, even hands-free selfies without even having to open the phone. And if you're looking for a more affordable option, you can check out the Razr, which gives you that same stylish flip design and large external display for a lower price. But both phones feature a luxurious vegan leather finish and a range of stylish color options like midnight blue, hot pink, and spritz orange. Now, if you're looking to upgrade your laptop, I recommend the Lenovo Yoga Slim 7X and Acer Swift 14 AI, both powered by Qualcomm's Snapdragon X series. Two great choices. The Lenovo Yoga Slim 7X brings 45 trillion operations per second of on-device AI performance, adapting in real time to optimize workflows and extend productivity, making it perfect for anything you have to do on the go that's creative. Meanwhile, the Swift 14 AI features peak performance with lightning-fast data speeds, delivering smooth multitasking for all of those demanding tasks. And both laptops also support lightning-fast Wi-Fi 7 and Qualcomm Fast Connect 7800, which keeps everybody seamlessly connected.
So Stephanie, these are great gifts, but a lot of people are on a strict budget. How can they afford stuff like this?
Well, staying on budget does not mean you have to compromise on great gifts, and Affirm is here to help. It lets you pay over time with no hidden fees or late charges, so you can take control of your finances while still picking up the best tech gifts. Whether you're looking at a gaming console, some headphones, a laptop, Affirm will let you spread those payments out at retailers like Amazon and Samsung, and you just download the Affirm app to get started or select Affirm at checkout at thousands of participating retailers.
Anything else we can touch on before we let you go on some of these tech gadgets this holiday season?
Absolutely. For anybody who loves the outdoors or maybe travels a lot, I have two great recommendations. And the first is the Jackery Explorer 1000 V2 portable power station. And this one's going to be perfect for celebrating those outdoor parties with family and friends during the holidays. It's compact and lightweight, only weighs about 20 pounds, and it features a foldable handle to make it easy to store and transport, so you free up some space for your other tailgating essentials. Plus, it can also power multiple devices, everything from grills and coolers to TVs and speakers, and that makes it ideal for festive outdoor setups. And on Black Friday, the Jackery Explorer 1000 will be available on Amazon for just $3.99. Now, if you're in need of some extra storage space for all of those photos and videos you'll be taking this holiday season, a solid state drive should definitely be at the top of your list. And this Samsung portable SSD T7 Shield is an awesome choice, because all you have to do is plug it into your phone, laptop, or PC to instantly enjoy up to 4 terabytes of storage. And you can transfer all of your files between the SSD and your device in a matter of seconds. The T7 Shield is IP65 rated for water and dust resistance and can withstand drops from nearly 10 feet. Plus, it's super compact. You can fit it easily into your pocket, your backpack, your purse, and that makes the T7 Shield a great companion for your next holiday getaway.
Yeah, T7, that's a lot of space there for all those videos and pictures. Stephanie, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Women's health, that is such a broad and important topic, and it's something that we need to continue to update ourselves for our loved ones out there, for family members out there, not just the physical health, but mental aspects as well. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Tosha Jackson. She is Chief Nursing Officer at Methodist South Hospital. Dr. Jackson, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Do me a favor and tilt down your camera just a bit. We have a lot of headroom there, and we want to make sure that when we say we have your name, that we have enough room to see you. If you could tilt it down, that'd be great. I want to ask you here, first off, tell me where women and people who love women, when it comes to their health, where are the biggest mistakes made? I'm not hearing you.
All right, is that better?
Perfect.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having us here this morning. Women's health is a really big topic any time of year. You do hear a lot of focus around breast cancer awareness month, around the heart health month, but we want to at Methodist Healthcare have a women head to toe heart focus throughout the entire year. So this is why today we're focusing on a lunch and learn and a kitchen table talk to just discuss women's health from head to toe.
Okay, so give us, I would say, what, top 3 strategies when it comes to comprehensive women's health?
So comprehensive health, I will say for those that are more seasoned, it would be focusing around menopause, GYN health, just overall female health things such as hormone therapy and things like that. Secondly, cardiovascular history, especially if it runs in the family, if it's hereditary, we want to ensure that cardiovascular health is also one of the great things we talk about in women's health. And then thirdly, just overall, we are in cold, flu, COVID season. So we also want to make sure healthy lungs and just make sure we're getting in exercise, water, hydration. Although it's the winter months, it is still very important to make sure we hydrate.
No question about it. Staying active, watching your heart, your lungs. No question, physical activity is great. What about the
Yes.
mental aspects to reduce the stress and anxiety that so much of us feel each and every day?
So around the holidays, mental health stress reduction techniques are very important, especially if someone's lost a loved one, just the memories associated with holidays. And many of us focus around happy times, family times, and a lot of times women are now the head of the household, or they've been the one that's kind of keeping the house together. And that can be a very stressful time around the holidays to perform or actually to miss that loved one that's no longer there. So mental health is also extremely important as we look at women's health from head to toe, because a lot of times we forget about the mental health piece.
Yeah, I know mental health is huge, and it's become a big talker, especially out of the pandemic. A lot more emphasis on mental health.
Yes.
What do you tell perhaps patients that come to Methodist South about diet? You know, we've talked about exercise, we've talked about mental health. What about diet?
Diet, and we a lot of times put diet and exercise together. Diet is extremely important, especially if you have a history of diabetes or cardiovascular disease. What you eat is extremely important. Here at Methodist, and as particularly at Methodist South, we do host a farmers market where we bring in fresh fruits and vegetables from farmers within the area so that they can market and sell their produce to actually promote healthy heart, healthy living, um, set insulin levels, if you're diabetic, to ensure that you're getting all of that nutrient that you need to maintain. You can still live a very healthy lifestyle if you have a history of diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, things like that, all around your diet. But hydration is also very important when it comes to diet. A lot of times people think of what you're eating for diet, but also what you're drinking. As we come up on the holidays, we know sometimes alcohol consumption could be more than what we typically have, especially at Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner. But we also want to make sure we consume alcohol in moderation, but make sure we're hydrating with water. Sometimes caffeinated drinks can also affect your diet. So water is the utmost important for your overall women's health.
All right, so we've talked about mental health, we've talked about physical health, we've talked about diet and exercise. What else can we talk about before we let you go?
I think we've covered it from head to toe. I will tell you, a lot of us are very into getting our hair done, our nails done, our toes done, and that's a extra self-esteem booster for a lot of us. So I do want to encourage women to continue to get those things done, just so we have a positive self-esteem as we check into our heart health. I also remind women to do things around your birthday. Have all of your checkups, have your breast exam, your GYN exam. Do a lot of that around your birthday. And that way, annually, you're doing a self checkup once a year around that important time of your life when you're getting another trip around the sun, you're also giving yourself another trip into healthy lifestyles.
All right, Dr. Tosha Jackson, Methodist South Hospital's Chief Nursing Officer. We appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks so very much and happy holidays.
Happy holidays and thank you for
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Monday, the week of Thanksgiving. A lot of changes on the way over the next couple of days. Enjoy the warm weather while we have it here today, and I will go ahead and tell you now, give you a first alert. If you've got any exposed piping, you probably want to go ahead and take the time while it's a little warmer here on the front side of this week to get ready and wrap those pipes, because changes in a big way in the colder department are on the way. Southwesterly breezes today, pushing those numbers to the upper 60s and low 70s at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Variably cloudy skies and most of the showers after lunchtime today into the early evening hours. Now again, the wind's a little gusty from time to time, around 25 to 35 miles per hour, generally out of the south and west. We turn more westerly late this afternoon and turn more northerly after sunset as the frontal boundary works its way through the region. Rain chances will also be on the increase as we head through the latter half of this morning into the afternoon hours. I think after lunchtime, that's when we start to see a few showers moving through the area. Now understand, this will not be everybody getting wet, but many folks will probably see at least a chance for showers as we go through the latter half of the afternoon into the early evening hours. After about 7, 8 o'clock this evening, the rain chances will start to taper off. The rain should come to an end by midnight. Mostly cloudy skies, temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s with that wind turning northerly 10 to 15 miles per hour. Of course, a lot of changes coming in our direction the next couple of days. Once you stay weatherware anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Speaking to that, let's just hop forward. Of course, one of the busiest travel days of the entire year, traveling across the region. This is Wednesday, and we're looking at I-40 from Knoxville to Nashville to Memphis, Little Rock, Fort Smith, Oklahoma City. There's obviously going to be some opportunities for rain. I think the better rain chances will come in during the afternoon and evening hours of Wednesday. So if you're heading out early on Wednesday, I think you're going to be in decent shape. Different story if you're going to be northbound along I-55. That's where the rain will start. And for some folks, rain and snow showers mixing in from time to time across portions of Illinois, Indiana, southern Michigan, and northwestern portions of Ohio. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see a couple snowflakes mixing in with temperatures in the 40s in Chicago, 47 with rain showers in St. Louis. Are heading south, 74 in Jackson, Mississippi, upper 70s near 80 degrees in New Orleans. This is all going to be part of a big change that will come in our direction. Again, opportunities for scattered showers here today into tonight. We're dry tomorrow, and we've told you guys all week long last week leading into this past weekend that Tuesday would probably be the best day to get out and do traveling. Wednesday is a little iffy. I think the front side of Wednesday we will be okay, but after lunchtime, that's when we start to see the rain chances increasing. Continues through Wednesday evening, Wednesday night. Should come to an end prior to sunrise for most spots on Thanksgiving Thursday. I wouldn't be surprised that there's still a few lingering showers in a few spots, but we should trend drier, maybe even a few clearing spots as we get ready for a quiet and bright but very cold Friday across the region. Let's go hour by hour with our First Alert Futurecast. This is Wednesday morning. Again, we'll start off the day with no major problems, just clouds. Temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s. We'll work our way to the low to mid 60s on Wednesday afternoon. This is Wednesday evening. Rain chances beginning to increase, at times a little heavy as the front works its way through the area. That's Thursday morning, 7 a.m. This particular model, trending drier. This same model last week was extremely wet through the entire day on Thursday. This is going to be a quick little system that comes and goes, but it's going to leave in its wake a big blast of colder air. And really and truly, this is not even the coldest of the air that's going to be dumping southward. So Thursday morning, we'll start off with clouds, temperatures 40s, and probably hovering in the 40s, if not maybe just kind of bobbing up and down a degree or two on either side of where you kind of start off the day. So we'll average out around 50 degrees, but there will be some spots where the temperatures may dip a couple of degrees. And by the end of the day, maybe even some clearing. Look at the temperatures under clear skies early on Friday morning. 20s and 30s. And as I mentioned, this is not even the coldest of the air that's on the way. So let's talk about that in your extended forecast. Again, warm breezes here today. A low in the upper 30s and low 40s to start off early on Tuesday, only managing a high of 54. That's not bad. A mixture of clouds and sunshine on Tuesday. We'll go Wednesday with rain chances mainly in the afternoon, evening hours, and then exiting through Thanksgiving. I think we're in decent shape there. But the temperatures on Thanksgiving, that 50 is going to happen about 6 o'clock in the morning. We may dip into the upper 40s through the course of the day. Go into Friday. Starting off with a temperature in the upper 20s and lower 30s, included here in the city about 32 degrees. The Egg Bowl over at Vaught Hemingway Stadium in Oxford, Mississippi, 2:30 kickoff for the Mississippi State Bulldogs and the Ole Miss Rebels. 45 at kickoff, 44 halftime, down to the upper 30s by the end of the game. So definitely seeing a big change going into the overnight period, dropping back to around 30 degrees to wake up early Saturday. Kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine on Saturday, middle and upper 40s on Saturday. Another cooler blast comes down into the area on Sunday, 44 the high temperature, but I want you to look at this. This is the overnight lows for early Monday. Remember at the front side of this forecast, I told you, you want to probably start looking at wrapping your exposed pipes. And the reasoning why is this right here. This will be probably one of the coldest nights that we've seen in a very long time. And that's widespread. Even 26 here in the city of Memphis would be near pipe bursting weather, but I think in the outlying areas, most definitely in pipe bursting opportunity. I think 22, 23 is kind of the pipe bursting level for exposed pipes. So if you have any exposed piping, you definitely want to take care of that here the next couple of days. 22 in Dyersburg, same thing in Covington, 23 West Memphis, 24 and Tunica, as well as Oxford, 21 Selmer, Bolivar, and Corinth. Needless to say, this is some of the coldest air that we've seen thus far, obviously this season, but going back to even January and February, and that would be Sunday going into Monday. So this would be the first day going back to classes after the Thanksgiving holiday, only managing a high on Monday of the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. There is a slow warming trend that will try to get going through the course of next week. Temperatures to the mid 40s on Tuesday, upper 40s to near 50 come Wednesday, low 50s come Thursday, and maybe getting closer to average as we approach the St. Jude Marathon, which would be the following Saturday. Not this one coming up, but the one after next. But I will also mention that there could be some rain showers associated with the St. Jude Marathon. We're going to watch that closely. Of course, be the first to alert you to any changes. But the big story here, again, several different systems coming down the pipeline. First one comes in here Monday into Tuesday, first blast of cooler air. We get a brief warm up on Wednesday, then we start tumbling to the second system that moves in here Wednesday into Thanksgiving Thursday. Much cooler through the weekend. And another system hot on its heels moves in here Sunday into Monday. And then we start a slow warming trend, but still even that well below average going into the end of November and the beginning of December.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Holidays, they're so great to hang with family and friends. The problem is sometimes with the holidays, you can pack on the pounds very quickly with amazing meals that people make for days, and maybe your portions are a little bit bigger than you're used to. It's the holidays, forget about it. Well, let's talk about maybe being a little bit healthier and more health conscious this holiday season. Let's bring in our friend from Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, Kristen Skinner. She is a personal training leader for Lifetime Fitness. And Kristen, I know that a lot of people want to try and have a healthier Thanksgiving and a healthier Christmas, a healthier holiday season. What's the best way to do that? Good morning.
Hi, Andrew. Thanks so much for having me on. These holidays are some of my favorites, just an opportunity for family to get together with friends. And there's so many different avenues you can go about with this, but preparing ahead of time, like having a plan as you come into it, just like anything else, we plan out our week, you plan out your schedule. Planning for the holidays is no different. So I have lots of ideas, lots of tips on this, but one of the very first things you could plan for is to not skip out on your workout. So maybe getting that in first thing. If you run a local 5K, a turkey trot, or the 4 miler, that's my family. We make that a tradition that we do every year together. If going for a run is not for you, you can also download the Lifetime Digital app. We have lots of free options that don't cost anything. We have live stream classes that are happening on Thanksgiving Day, and then workouts on demand that you could use at any time on Thursday.
Those are some great options. And yeah, I mean, like, have that plan, have like an action plan going into it, preparing during the holidays so you don't add so much weight. What else could we do? I mean, are there certain things, maybe portion control, would that be an option?
One of the things that I hear every year in my own house even is that people save up all their calories for, Thanksgiving lunch or dinner. And that kind of sets you up for a downfall. So I would say try not to skip any meals before the big meal. That will give you a true indication of if you're really hungry or once you're actually satiated. But a lot of people, like I said, try to cut back on the calories, but that's an easy way to sabotage yourself when it comes to justifying just being able to eat more. So I would say for breakfast, focus on the protein. Make sure you get your protein in first thing, like eggs, Greek yogurt, maybe even a protein smoothie. Throw in a whey supplement for something that's quick and convenient while you're trying to get things ready to go. Also, make sure that you're hydrated throughout the day. We have a great hydration supplement that you just can easily mix with water to make sure that you're staying hydrated throughout the day and you're not setting yourself up for feelings of feeling lethargic, or that laziness that comes from feeling dehydrated, and then you tend to want to drink other things in place of that when you haven't had enough water. So when it comes to actually sitting down to eat, I would say one of the best things that you could do is make sure that you sit. Sometimes when we stand, especially as we're preparing food, we kind of graze and eat things on the go. But if you sit down, you're more likely to be mindful about what you're actually eating in that moment.
I love that. That's news you can use right there, Kristen. I appreciate that. Where do people make the biggest mistakes? You mentioned that sometimes people will skip, meals and graze while they're cooking. What other mistakes do people make that really get them into trouble?
Well, one of the big things is, we look at the size of the plate and we pile on as much as we can onto the plate. So rather than seeing how much you can get onto the plate, I would be mindful about how you dissect the plate and the foods that you put on it. So if you think about the size of your dinner plate, if you can make about half of that into your vegetables, if you got a salad or even a Brussels sprouts or carrots. That's some foods that I'm preparing on Thursday. But if you fill that with vegetables and then look at your other half of that might be all of your protein. So you can get your turkey or your ham or whatever in that section. And then in the other section, that would be like your foods that are highest in carbohydrates, like your potatoes, anything else that kind of fills that gap. That's one big thing where people make a mistake is putting on, just piling it on. But another thing that is really easier than some people think is to make some healthy swaps. So if you think ahead of time and make it yourself, so let's take like cranberry sauce, for example. If you buy a can of cranberry sauce, it's not going to be as good for you as if you make it yourself and make it from scratch. So there you can kind of control the ingredients that you're putting into your food. If you're making some healthy alternatives in recipes, you could always use avocado in place of butter. You could use a fat-free yogurt in place of sour cream, or maybe even a whole wheat bread in place of white bread. So that those alone can help you practice your portion control, how you split up your plate, and then practice, making those healthy dishes yourself.
I love those tips. They're easy to do, and you're not losing out on any of the tastes either. I also like the idea that you mentioned, or you have written down here, about the idea of maybe after you eat, doing, kind of a post-meal walk. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, one of the things that will help to aid in digestion after you've eaten, or after you've eaten a lot, especially, is going for a walk. So you might encourage that with your family. Something that I like to do is I like to have yard games. So the weather on Thursday might be a little up in the air. So if you have something like a disc golf game in your backyard, or maybe even cornhole, that might be available to some people that don't want to walk, but I think just getting out and going for a walk together as a family, it's a great way to spur on some conversation and get things moving before you go to hit the desserts, right?
Yeah, no question, no question. And you've given us so many different tips and tricks, suggestions, various ideas. Anything else that we're leaving out for our audience this morning, Kristen?
Well, one big thing I would say is to try to eat slow rather than, rushing through your plate and rushing to finish. One way to do that is with every fork of food, with every bite of food that you take in, make yourself mindfully chew that and chew all of your food and swallow before you go to take another bite of food, so that you're mindfully eating and processing. Maybe even take a bite of food, take a drink of water, have a conversation, rather than trying to just eat as quick as you can. One other big thing is, I would say, be cautious on the alcohol consumption, so that you're not, filling with empty calories or a lot of sugar or things that aren't really going to be satisfying. Not to say that, you can't have something to go along with your meal, or post meal even, but just be cautious that you're not just overfilling your system. It will cause your system to have to work overtime, and you won't really be hydrated, and you won't be satiated. You'll be left feeling a little more miserable rather than grateful for the holiday.
Great tip, great suggestions. She is a personal training leader for Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, Kristen Skinner. We always appreciate when you come on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks so very much, and happy Thanksgiving.
Word. Happy Thanksgiving. Take care.
Okay, you too. Another live look from our High Five camera here downtown. You can see the clouds out there in the distance. It's 63 degrees at 8:38. We're expecting some rain showers across parts of the Mid-South. We'll be talking more about your weather and more news on Action News 5's digital desk in 1 minute.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Sydney Gray in for Andrew Douglas this morning. We're going to continue our show today with a very special couple as we get prepared for Veterans Day. It's approaching very quickly, and so I've got a couple that I'm excited to have join our show this morning. We've got Gabe and Lindsay Chrisman. Thank y'all so much for waking up early with us. How y'all doing today?
Good, Sydney. How are you?
Doing very well. Glad to have you. So, y'all are an Army couple. Went to West Point, correct? So let's talk about it.
Yep.
And I already see your shirt, My Home. So let's get right into it.
Yeah. Well, first off, thank you so much for having us on the show. Absolutely incredible experience. Thinking way back to like why West Point, I decided I wanted to go to West Point when I was 11 years old. And when it came time to apply to colleges, it was actually the only college that I applied to. So I threw all my eggs into one basket. And when I was a senior at the academy, I was actually the 4th woman in West Point history to be appointed as the first captain, which ranked me #1 out of 4,400 cadets at the academy. And I think that that experience really set me up for success in my 10-year journey in the Army as an aviation officer. I had the privilege of flying the Apache helicopter for about 3 of those years before being selected as the first female in U.S. Army history to pilot the AH-6 Little Bird for special operations, which was truly a life-changing experience. And now I'm in my 2nd year at Harvard Business School. I'm pursuing my MBA and co-founding My Home with my husband, Gabe, who we actually met at West Point during our junior year.
Lindsay, ma'am, you are impressive. Gabe, can you tell us a little about yourself?
Yeah, I can't top that, Sydney, that's for sure, but I could try. So I grew up in Garner, North Carolina. I had a grandfather who served as a Green Beret in both Korea and Vietnam. I never got to meet my grandfather, but I grew up hearing stories, looking at pictures and all of his accolades, and that's truly what inspired me to start thinking about the military as a career. I found West Point as a junior. I had to apply right away. I was not like Lindsay. I applied to a lot of other schools. I needed some options. And then I got in. I graduated from there in 2014. I served as an infantry officer for about 6.5 years as a platoon leader and a company commander. I deployed to Afghanistan in 2017. And then I got out of the Army as a captain in 2020 from South Carolina, where I was a basic training company commander. So great time in my military career for sure.
Y'all have done it all, and let me say thank you both for your service. We're just really happy to have y'all both talking with us today. So can you kind of talk about how your background led you to creating the company that you now oversee today?
Absolutely. Yeah, I left the Army in 2020 and I immediately entered into the home services industry. That's what my father did. He's still in the home services industry, so it's kind of what I knew. And at the same time, Lindsay and I became first-time homeowners, and we had no idea what we were doing. Something went wrong in the house, something broke, so it was my job to fix it. I didn't know how to fix it, so I turned to the internet. I looked for companies that could solve our problem. I had to make multiple phone calls. I had to get on multiple different schedules. The process to get this thing fixed, which is simple, took about 3 weeks. So it was these experiences that really led us to create a solution for homeowners, which is My Home. So with the My Home app, a homeowner just takes a picture of the problem in their house. That then gets sent to vetted professionals inside of the app. They then receive virtual quotes for the solution to the problem. They choose a provider, schedule, and pay. It's all done in the same app. So we took that 3-week-long process and turned it into just a couple of minutes. So it really is the streamlined way for homeowners to maintain their home.
Boy, that is awesome. That is so helpful. I'm trying to figure out how I can download the app right now. I can think of about a million different things I need to fix at home and my mom's house too. So very, very cool. Can y'all kind of both reiterate? So sorry, but can you both reiterate just how your military background really helped catapult you guys?
Yeah, I mean, serving in the Army taught Gabe and I both skills that are just absolutely invaluable as entrepreneurs and co-founders at My Home. I think first, the ability to identify and mitigate risk, which is essential, for a mission in the Army, but also in a business. And when stakes are high and information is limited, you learn how to make very complex decisions under insurmountable amounts of stress, which really mirrors the challenges that we as founders face on a daily basis. And then in addition to that, I mean, some of the values that we learned in the military, we took forth into our company. And these values are be a good person, figure it out and buy a pair of cleats. And these values were inspired by some of the great leaders that we had the privilege of serving with. And we believe that embodying these principles just drives a positive impact, not only on the people that we work with every day, but on our mission at My Home.
Hey, I love it. Y'all are so awesome. Do you have any advice for young folks who maybe are considering the Army?
Yeah, I would say mine is super simple. If you're 18, 19, 20, 21 years old and thinking about service in the military, I would say even short-term service brings long-term benefits. I think a lot of young folks think that they have to do 10, 15, 20 years in the military to experience any benefits. I would argue the opposite, that even a 3 to 5 year career brings about a ton of benefits that they can take throughout the rest of their life. So I would say give it a try, knowing that you can really benefit from just a short-term service as well.
Definitely.
Hey, I love that. Short-term service, long-term benefits. That's good. Is there anything else that you want to tell folks about My Home, how they can learn more? Anything else people need to know about it?
Yeah, first off, I'd love to just give a shout out to the Army. So if you want to find any more information on the Army, you can go to goarmy.com. And then for My Home, in honor of Veterans Day, and in honor of veterans on this Veterans Day, we're thrilled to announce that for every download of our app nationwide, we're going to donate $1 to a very important Tennessee nonprofit called Creative Vets. And they partner with veterans. They offer creative outlets like music and art to support those who are unfortunately dealing with PTSD. So if you want to make a difference, simply download our app, go to your app store, type in My Home Experts. That's My Home Experts, and together we'll be able to contribute to this incredible cause for veterans this Veterans Day.
Hey, Gabe and Lindsay Chrisman, I love it. Anything else you guys feel like I missed? Y'all wanted to let the viewers know?
I would say, everything that we've experienced post our short careers in the military and the success we've seen in entrepreneurship is directly related to our service. From the network that we have with other veterans, from introductions to people in business, to mentors, to investors in our company, we truly could not be where we are without the network from the military, what it taught us, and then the network from West Point as well. So we're eternally grateful for our service and recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely. And some of those soft skills too that you learn in the military are absolutely invaluable, and you're not going to be challenged in the same capacity in any other profession. So, I mean, if anyone is wondering if they should serve, serving your country is honorable, and the skills that you learn are invaluable, and they're intimately respected by everyone, no matter where you go. So. Just take that leap of faith, trust in yourself, trust in the process, trust in the Army, trust in your country, and you will definitely see some huge long-term benefits.
Amazing to hear. I really appreciate both of y'all's time. Gabe and Lindsay Chrisman, Army vets and founders of the My Home app. Thank y'all so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. While gaming can be fun, social, sometimes educational as well, it can also be challenging for many parents out there. They're constantly wondering what type of content their kids are accessing, who their kids are mentioning and messaging, and if they're spending too much time online. Roblox is an online gaming platform with, on average, nearly 80 million people are there each and every day. They're rolling out some improved features to give parents more control when it comes to safety and security. I am joined right now by Nikki Jackson Colasso. She is VP of Global Health of Public Policy at Roblox. Nikki, good morning to you. So let's talk a little bit first off on how popular online gaming is, because I know we're speaking to a lot of parents out there. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, you nailed it. And if you ask my two children, they would say that online gaming is, central to their lives. But every day, tens of millions of people are coming to Roblox to play games, to learn, to create with their friends. And, we talk about gaming, but it really is broader than that. They are designing their own fashion lines. They are flying to Mars in a spaceship or learning how to run their own pizza parlors. So they're learning valuable skills, they are learning about STEM, and they are expressing themselves. So there are a lot of really positive benefits of this whole world.
So let's talk about some of the improved safety features that Roblox is launching.
We want to be the safest place on the internet when it comes to safety. And the tools that we're rolling out today really are about giving parents control and clarity over their children's Roblox experience. Things like the ability to remotely manage their children's account from their own device, more visibility into their friends list, setting screen time limits, which I know as a parent is something that I appreciate. Content maturity labels, which help parents understand the content of different experiences on Roblox so they can decide which experiences are most developmentally appropriate for their own children. And importantly, chat restrictions so that our youngest users will never be able to chat one-on-one outside of a game on Roblox. And again, it really is about giving parents control and clarity.
Let me ask you this. Can we talk about maybe some tips, some 3 to 5 bullet points that parents can use to really just kind of monitor their online gaming for their kids?
Yeah, this is a great question. And it's something as a parent that really resonates with me because I think as parents, we want to keep our kids safe. That's what we do, throughout their lives. But the pace of technology is really fast. And it can be really daunting to have to keep up with all of these apps and services across the web and memorize tools on each of them. And so I really think it comes down to a few key things. One is to talk to your children about online safety, just like you would about safety in any element of their lives, like crossing the street or how to be kind to others. Play with them if you can. It sounds funny, but sitting with your child for a few minutes and getting a sense of how they're spending their time, making sure that you feel comfortable with it is an easy way to take part in this area of their lives. And then lastly, if you have time on Roblox, for example, link to your child's Roblox account so that you can manage their settings. But even if you can't take that step, we want parents to have the peace of mind knowing that a lot of these tools and settings are baked into the Roblox experience so that even if they can't, engage with these settings every day, it's still safe as we can make it built in.
Excellent, excellent. So you mentioned a number of different things there. Is there a place online where we can kind of see for ourselves, all those parents out there can look and see all these different changes and some of the safety security measures?
Absolutely. Parents can head to roblox.com/family center for not only information about these tools, but great information from our partners and safety advocates about staying safe online.
Okay, Nikki Jackson Colasso, we appreciate your time and thanks for diving in and helping us understand the different security and safety measures and including that update that you mentioned. It's very interesting and we appreciate the info and knowledge. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday, the week of Thanksgiving. A lot of changes on the way over the next couple of days. Enjoy the warm weather while we have it here today, and I will go ahead and tell you now, give you a first alert. If you've got any exposed piping, you probably want to go ahead and take the time while it's a little warmer here on the front side this week to get ready and wrap those pipes, because changes in a big way in the colder department are on the way. Southwesterly breezes today, pushing those numbers to the upper 60s and low 70s at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Variably cloudy skies, and most of the showers after lunchtime today into the early evening hours. Now again, the wind's a little gusty from time to time, around 25 to 35 miles per hour, generally out of the south and west. We turn more westerly late this afternoon and turn more northerly after sunset as the frontal boundary works its way through the region. Rain chances will also be on the increase as we head through the latter half of this morning into the afternoon hours. I think after lunchtime, that's when we start to see a few showers moving through the area. Now understand, this will not be everybody getting wet, but many folks will probably see at least a chance for showers as we go through the latter half of the afternoon into the early evening hours. After about 7, 8 o'clock this evening, the rain chances will start to taper off. The rain should come to an end by midnight. Mostly cloudy skies, temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s with that wind turning northerly 10 to 15 miles per hour. Of course, a lot of changes coming in our direction the next couple of days. Want you to stay weather-aware anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Speaking to that, let's just hop forward. Of course, one of the busiest travel days of the entire year, traveling across the region. This is Wednesday, and we're looking at I-40 from Knoxville to Nashville to Memphis, Little Rock, Fort Smith, Oklahoma City. There's obviously going to be some opportunities for rain. I think the better rain chances will come in during the afternoon and evening hours of Wednesday. So if you're heading out early on Wednesday, I think you're going to be in decent shape. Different story if you're going to be northbound along I-55. That's where the rain will start. And for some folks, rain and snow showers mixing in from time to time across portions of Illinois, Indiana, southern Michigan, and northwestern portions of Ohio. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see a couple snowflakes mixing in with temperatures in the 40s in Chicago, 47 with rain showers in St. Louis are heading south, 74 in Jackson, Mississippi, upper 70s near 80 degrees in New Orleans. This is all going to be part of a big change that will come in our direction. Again, opportunities for scattered showers here today and into tonight. We're dry tomorrow, and we've told you guys all week long last week leading into this past weekend that Tuesday would probably be the best day to get out and do traveling. Wednesday is a little iffy. I think the front side of Wednesday we will be okay, but after lunchtime, that's when we start to see the rain chances increasing. Continues through Wednesday evening, Wednesday night. Should come to an end prior to sunrise for most spots on Thanksgiving Thursday. I wouldn't be surprised that there's still a few lingering showers in a few spots, but we should trend drier, maybe even a few clearing spots as we get ready for a quiet and bright but very cold Friday across the region. Let's go hour by hour with our First Alert Futurecast. This is Wednesday morning. Again, we'll start off the day with no major problems, just clouds. Temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s. We'll work our way to the low to mid 60s on Wednesday afternoon. This is Wednesday evening. Rain chances beginning to increase, at times a little heavy as the front works its way through the area. That's Thursday morning, 7 a.m. This particular model, trending drier. This same model last week was extremely wet through the entire day on Thursday. This is going to be a quick little system that comes and goes, but it's going to leave in its wake a big blast of colder air. And really and truly, this is not even the coldest of the air that's going to be dumping southward. So Thursday morning, we'll start off with clouds, temperatures 40s, and probably hovering in the 40s, if not maybe just kind of bobbing up and down a degree or two on either side of where you kind of start off the day. So we'll average out around 50 degrees, but there will be some spots where the temperatures may dip a couple of degrees, and by the end of the day, maybe even some clearing. Look at the temperatures under clear skies early on Friday morning. 20s and 30s. And as I mentioned, this is not even the coldest of the air that's on the way. So let's talk about that in your extended forecast. Again, warm breezes here today. A low in the upper 30s and low 40s to start off early on Tuesday, only managing a high of 54. That's not bad. A mixture of clouds and sunshine on Tuesday. We'll go Wednesday with rain chances mainly in the afternoon, evening hours, and then exiting through Thanksgiving. I think we're in decent shape there. But the temperatures on Thanksgiving, that 50 is going to happen about 6 o'clock in the morning. We may dip into the upper 40s through the course of the day. Go into Friday. Starting off with a temperature in the upper 20s and lower 30s, including here in the city about 32 degrees. The Egg Bowl over at Vaught Hemingway Stadium in Oxford, Mississippi, 2:30 kickoff for the Mississippi State Bulldogs and the Ole Miss Rebels. 45 at kickoff, 44 halftime, down to the upper 30s by the end of the game. So definitely seeing a big change going into the overnight period, dropping back to around 30 degrees to wake up early Saturday. Kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine on Saturday, middle and upper 40s on Saturday. Another cooler blast comes down into the area on Sunday. 44 the high temperature, but I want you to look at this. This is the overnight lows for early Monday. Remember, at the front side of this forecast, I told you, you want to probably start looking at wrapping your exposed pipes. And the reasoning why is this right here. This will be probably one of the coldest nights that we've seen in a very long time. And that's widespread. Even 26 here in the city of Memphis would be near pipe bursting weather, but I think in the outlying areas, most definitely in pipe bursting opportunity. I think 22, 23 is kind of the pipe bursting level for exposed pipes. So if you have any exposed piping, you definitely want to take care of that here the next couple of days. 22 in Dyersburg, same thing in Covington, 23 West Memphis, 24 and Tunica, as well as Oxford, 21 Selmer, Bolivar, and Corinth. Needless to say, this is some of the coldest air that we've seen thus far, obviously this season, but going back to even January and February, and that would be Sunday going into Monday. So this would be the first day going back to classes after the Thanksgiving holiday, only managing a high on Monday of the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. There is a slow warming trend that will try to get going through the course of next week. Temperatures to the mid 40s on Tuesday, upper 40s to near 50 come Wednesday, low 50s come Thursday, and maybe getting closer to average as we approach the St. Jude Marathon, which would be the following Saturday. Not this one coming up, but the one after next. But I will also mention that there could be some rain showers associated with the St. Jude Marathon. We're going to watch that closely. Of course, be the first to alert you to any changes. But the big story here, again, several different systems coming down the pipeline. First one comes in here Monday into Tuesday, first blast of cooler air. We get a brief warm up on Wednesday, then we start tumbling to the second system that moves in here Wednesday into Thanksgiving Thursday. Much cooler through the weekend, and another system hot on its heels moves in here Sunday into Monday, and then we start a slow warming trend, but still even that well below average going into the end of November and the beginning of December.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There, of course, are tons of toys available for this holiday season, and parents, according to all these various studies out there, are going to be a little more discerning with their budgets this year. But toys, of course, remain a top priority. In fact, 69% of parents plan to cut costs elsewhere to ensure their kids have the top toys for the holidays. Let's bring in Jennifer Lynch. She is a toy trends expert and specialist to talk about some of those toys that are going to be hot trends this holiday season. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you. So I see you have a very active and vibrant table there. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so let's get started by taking a look at a great option for preschoolers. So many preschoolers very familiar with Spidey and his amazing friends. This is a track set that's going to bring that action of the show to life for fans. So this is the Mega Jump HQ track set from Jazzwares. And this is a 39-inch dual track set. It comes with 2 exclusive vehicle toys from the Amazing Metals line We've got Spidey's web crawlers. We've got Spin's Techno Racer. You could send them racing through the web tunnels on this racetrack, ending with 2 very unique exits. Also great about this is there's the web quarters on top. Lots of pretend play built into this one.
Fantastic. What
And
else you got?
over here we've got another great option. This one is perfect for Transformers fans. So this is the Transformers 1 Power Flip Optimus Prime Orion Pax action figure. This is from Hasbro, and it's bringing to life Optimus Prime's storyline, his heroic journey in the Transformers 1 movie. It's got 4 different transformations to it, really great and engaging. It's got lights, sounds, phrases built in to also bring the character to life for fans.
Very cool. Okay, keep it going.
Yeah. So again, a lot of parents are also sometimes looking for those educational options, those options that might sneak in a little bit of learning along the way. This is a really great option for doing that. This is the Lego Gravity Drop. This one is from Klutz. This is for ages 8 and up, and it combines Legos with paper crafts in a really unique way. Kids can actually build 5 different games using the Lego pieces and the paper craft elements to create really customized, unique gaming experiences that also incorporate a little hands-on physics, perfect for those budding engineers. Also, if you're looking to spark a love of reading, check out Booksies. This is a brand new collectible line from PMI Kids. This is for ages 3 and up, and it's going to, again, spark that love of reading. So it just looks like these cute little collectible characters, but they actually pop open, and hidden inside are little miniature books that kids can actually read based off of the characters that they come with. From the worlds of PMI's Monster Tales, we've got characters from Paw Patrol. We've also got characters from Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So really something that's going to inspire that also imaginative play. So kids can play with these figures based off of the books that come with them. So really, again, engaging kids in that way. And then last up over here, if you are looking to encourage a little action play, or get them kids up and moving, this new one from Play-Doh, from Hasbro, really accomplishes that. So this is the Play-Doh Pizza Delivery Scooter. So this one is encouraging kids to use the scooter as a kid-powered ride-on, so they can scoot around the house, but they can also make and deliver their own pretend pizzas with it. So with this, there's an oven built into the back that's going to pop open. Kids can create their own little pizzas. They can use the play phone that comes with it. They can take their orders from their family members and their other customers, and then they can pop their pizzas into their delivery scooter, ride it off, and they can beep the horn to let their customers know that their orders are ready. It comes with 10 compounds. There's 16 different accessories with it, and lots of storage, which as a parent, I know parents are going to appreciate.
All right, Jennifer Lynch, just going through all of it there. Is there a place online where we can see some of these?
Yeah, you could head over to thegeniusofplay.org for more info on all these items.
Jennifer Lynch, thank you. Everyone, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The holiday season is approaching. For many, it's already here, and many are facing that familiar pressure of assessing their finances, managing holiday spending, tackling stress. It always can be very stressful out there around meeting and saving goals. So let's talk about this topic with our next guest here. I am joined by Cash App's financial therapist, Lindsay Bryan she is here to offer some guidance on evaluating your spending for the year with some tips and tricks to help you stress less, save more, and end the year with a fresh perspective on finances. So, Lindsay, where do we begin on all this? Good morning.
Good morning. So where we begin is at the very top. I invite everybody to do something called a money check-in. That's where you look at how much you're earning, how much you're spending, and how much you're saving toward those different financial goals. Once you have that baseline figured out, then you can make some wise financial decisions around how much money you have to spend on the holiday season, and also how much you want to be saving up for not just this year, but the year ahead as well.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So we do that, and then what are next steps? Because the spending can get out of control like that, and a lot of other things can happen too that are detrimental to the bottom line, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you nailed it. What often happens with us is that the holiday season comes upon us. We have invitations to holiday parties. We get roped into a bunch of different gift exchanges, and it feels like before we know it, we've overspent or we haven't been able to hit those different financial goals we set for ourselves. So that's why the money check-in is the very first step. Then after that, you might have to do something a little bit uncomfortable, Andrew. You might have to say no. You might have to say, no, I can't attend that party, or no, I can't participate in another gift exchange. Or if maybe you live in a different state than your family, you might have to say, no, I'm not traveling home this time. And even though it feels so uncomfortable in the moment, what it does is protect us from that financial stress after the holiday season of looking and seeing that we have overspent. So first is getting a lay of the land financially, then it's figuring out how much money you have available to spend, and then it might mean saying no. And saying no, again, might feel a little bit uncomfortable, but it helps us to hit our goals for this year and for the year to come.
When I think of the holidays, I think of a lot of things, but the last thing, and if I think of anything when it comes to the holidays, I don't typically think of saving money. But where can saving money be a part of it all, Lindsay?
Yeah, I agree with you. It can feel a little bit like an oxymoron. So often we do just focus on not spending as much, but I also like to think about how can we save more. And that's where using a tool such as Cash App Savings can be really helpful in this moment, especially with something like Roundup. That is where with your Cash App card, every single time you spend on that holiday gift, you are rounding up to the nearest dollar and adding to your savings account. So that's where that you can kind of get a 2-for-1, where every time you are spending on a gift, you are actually adding to your savings account. And the great thing about the savings account is it is high yield, so you're earning more money on that savings account, fueling those goals for this year and beyond.
I like that. I like that, Lindsay. Thank you. Now, this next one is, when we're setting goals for 2025, always good to have kind of that savings account or emergency savings account if something goes wrong, or we need some finances in a crunch. But that is something that we should be working on 365 days out of the year, right?
It's interesting. So many of us think that the stricter I am or the more stringent I am about hitting that emergency fund goal, the better off I'll be. But what so many of us know who have set a big, audacious goal right out of the gate is that we lose that momentum over time, and especially when it comes to saving. If we don't give ourselves permission to treat ourselves along the way, we can often feel like we are deprived or we are depleted of fun, and then we kind of swing in that other direction. So that's where doing something where you are saving up for the future and making sure to take care of yourself and practice a little bit of financial self-care by doing things like injecting some sweet treats along the way for yourself can be really helpful. So yes, save ahead, set those goals, but don't think of it as an either or. It is really, I am saving up for this particular goal and I'm enjoying myself along the way. That helps to build momentum, and that builds a sustainable financial habit.
I like what you're saying, Lindsay, and I also like the idea of practicing gratitude and not be so hard on yourself if you don't meet those goals exactly the way you want to meet them, right?
Yeah, exactly. So many of us, when we hit those, or when we get just a little bit shy of that goal, we tell ourselves, oh my gosh, well, I didn't achieve that goal. And that's just not fair. I like to think about progress close, you're closer to 350 or 400. Instead of saying, oh my gosh, I didn't meet my goal, I invite people to say, oh my gosh, I saved up $350 or I saved $400. How did I do that? What were the things that I did really well? And how can I use those lessons to help build on that emergency fund or that rainy day fund so that when 2025 comes, I don't feel like I have missed my goal, rather I have made it 80% of the way toward that goal.
I like that, Lindsay. Makes sense for me. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, I think something that's important to keep in mind, not just this holiday season, but all of the time, is that money is emotional and it's okay to feel your feelings when it comes to money, and including them is really important. And if you need a specific tool to help you out, I highly recommend going to cash.app/savings.
Okay, Lindsay Brian Pobbin, I really appreciate your time here on the Digital Desk. Thank you for giving us some tips this holiday season. We definitely need it, and we appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are about to enter, in fact, many of us have already entered the holiday season, and there are so many great ways to celebrate the holiday season here in Memphis and the Mid-South. You can go to the Memphis Zoo, you can go to Shelby Farms, and you can go to the Memphis Botanic Garden. They have holiday wonders, always a favorite for so many across the Mid-South. Let's bring in Gina Harris. She is with Memphis Botanic Garden, Director of Education and Events there. I love your earrings, Gina. The holiday spirit certainly is in full effect there, isn't it? Good morning.
Yeah, I put these on special for y'all today. So we've been celebrating the holidays here at the garden for quite a while now. You know, trying to light up 96 acres is a big job, but we're getting ready for everybody. Can't wait.
Okay, all right. So holiday wonders, always a mainstay for so many people here. They love going out there. They love seeing the 96 acres all dressed up for the holiday season. What can people expect this year?
Well, this year we're coming back bigger and brighter than ever. We have all of the things that everybody loves. Our snowy nights in my big backyard where the magic snowfall's happening and the entire children's garden is lit with fun colors and things to enjoy. We've got our Under the Stars Lounge, which is in our rose garden. That'll have our large tree. And this year, right outside of the rose garden, we have our new tropical glass house. And that is like a jewel box when those colors start coming through. So that's going to be a lot of fun for the families to be able to sip on your hot chocolate or cider while you're sitting in the rose garden and enjoying the colorful light show that's happening over to the side of you. We've got our Merry Memories area, actually sponsored by WMC. And the Merry Memories area is going to be just those Instagram worthy photos. So we'll have sleighs. We've got a disco ball snowman this year, neon ornaments, all kinds of areas where you can get your photos made, and then keep on strolling through down our big twinkle tunnel and onto our interactive play area where we're calling it reindeer games. We've got stomp lights. If you came last year, the kids got to change the light colors as they ran across these fun lights, and we've expanded that area. We doubled the size of that space because the kids loved it so much. So all of that, and then on the weekends, we'll have food trucks here. So just tons of fun for everybody, and we're going to have 20 nights of this.
That sounds amazing. I love it. There's so many different things. So many people can find something in some place in Memphis Botanic Garden to enjoy and take pictures. As you mentioned, certainly Merry Memories something that WMC sponsors. We love that. If you're describing Holiday Wonders to someone who's never been, what's the best way to do that?
You know, it's just a neat way to immerse yourself in the holiday season. You know, it's lit up. You get to be outside. So, you know, Memphis, there's nights during this season where it's not too cold outside. So we're all out there running around. Hopefully, it's not going to be raining like it's starting to do now. But, you know, you get to come out here and enjoy the season. And on the cold nights, we've got heaters set up. We've got, we'll have fire pits on the last 3 nights. So after Christmas, when you're done with all that fun, but you still want to do some more stuff with your family and just kind of relax, you can come out. We're having what we're calling Afterglow on the 26th, 27th, and 28th. And that'll be special where you get to come and sit around the fire pits, roast some s'mores, just kind of sit around and talk about all the fun you had throughout the season.
That sounds amazing. So let's talk now about tickets, how people can get those tickets, how much do they cost for members, non-members, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so tickets are on sale now. You go through our website at membg.org, and these are timed entry tickets. So this way you get to decide when you want to come, go ahead and grab those tickets. Those early time slots sell out fast. Those are great for the little kids. Get here before dinner and then go out and have a meal. So those are going to be online, and the tickets are 15 for non-members, 17 for, or I'm sorry, 15 for members, 17 for non-members. And if you wait on the day of, the ticket prices do increase. So it's best to go ahead and grab those tickets early. If we have something happening like happening now where we have a rain out, then we'll end up refunding those tickets. You can transfer it to another night.
When does everything begin?
We're going to be opening up the day after Thanksgiving. So if you want to do that Black Friday shopping, get that done, and then come and enjoy the lights and the fun. The big guy will be here on the day after Thanksgiving. Santa's coming down from the North Pole. He'll be here for that night. Then he's also here on Sundays. And then we've got tons of specialty nights throughout the season where we'll even have some of our 901 friends here on the 18th. So you can come and see some of our 901 friends like Grizz and Pouncer, things like that. And then there's other specialty nights that a lot of people are familiar with, our Snow Queens. We're having Let It Glow, Jingle Jammies, where we're going to be reading stories and doing some fun songs with a new musician that's coming and going to be here for us this year.
That sounds awesome. I love it. I love it. Anything else we can mention about Holiday Wonders this year before we let you go, Gina?
Yeah, no, like I said, we just hope everybody goes ahead, grab your tickets now so you can grab that. We've got some other events coming up. Our holiday night that's going to be on the 5th. So it's going to be after Holiday Wonders opens, but that's kind of our 21 and plus night. You'll get to enjoy Holiday Wonders, but it's also got some other special activities and things. So if you want to come as a couple, you can come to that. But yeah, grab those tickets, and we hope to see you here.
All right, Gina Harris and membg.org for all the information, including tickets. Gina, we appreciate your time on the digital desk, and have fun this holiday season. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday, the week of Thanksgiving. A lot of changes on the way over the next couple of days. Enjoy the warm weather while we have it here today, and I will go ahead and tell you now, give you a first alert. If you've got any exposed piping, you probably want to go ahead and take the time while it's a little warmer here on the front side this week to get ready and wrap those pipes, because changes in a big way in the colder department are on the way. Southwesterly breezes today, pushing those numbers to the upper 60s and low 70s at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Variably cloudy skies, and most of the showers after lunchtime today into the early evening hours. Now again, the wind's a little gusty from time to time, around 25 to 35 miles per hour, generally out of the south and west. We turn more westerly late this afternoon and turn more northerly after sunset as the frontal boundary works its way through the region. Rain chances will also be on the increase as we head through the latter half of this morning into the afternoon hours. I think after lunchtime, that's when we start to see a few showers moving through the area. Now understand, this will not be everybody getting wet, but many folks will probably see at least a chance for showers as we go through the latter half of the afternoon into the early evening hours. After about 7, 8 o'clock this evening, the rain chances will start to taper off. The rain should come to an end by midnight. Mostly cloudy skies, temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s with that wind turning northerly 10 to 15 miles per hour. Of course, a lot of changes coming in our direction the next couple of days. I want you to stay weatherware anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Speaking to that, let's just hop forward. Of course, one of the biggest travel days of the entire year, traveling across the region. This is Wednesday, and we're looking at I-40 from Knoxville to Nashville to Memphis, Little Rock, Fort Smith, Oklahoma City. There's obviously going to be some opportunities for rain. I think the better rain chances will come in during the afternoon and evening hours of Wednesday. So if you're heading out early on Wednesday, I think you're going to be in decent shape. Different story if you're going to be northbound along I-55. That's where the rain will start. And for some folks, rain and snow showers mixing in from time to time across portions of Illinois, Indiana, southern Michigan, and northwestern portions of Ohio. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see a couple snowflakes mixing in with temperatures in the 40s in Chicago, 47 with rain showers in St. Louis. Start heading south, 74 in Jackson, Mississippi, upper 70s near 80 degrees in New Orleans. This is all going to be part of a big change that will come in our direction. Again, opportunities for scattered showers here today and into tonight. We're dry tomorrow, and we've told you guys all week long last week, leading into this past weekend, that Tuesday would probably be the best day to get out and do traveling. Wednesday is a little iffy. I think the front side of Wednesday we will be okay, but after lunchtime, that's when we start to see the rain chances increasing. Continues through Wednesday evening, Wednesday night. Should come to an end prior to sunrise for most spots on Thanksgiving Thursday. I wouldn't be surprised that there's still a few lingering showers in a few spots, but we should trend drier, maybe even a few clearing spots as we get ready for a quiet and bright but very cold Friday across the region. Let's go hour by hour with our First Alert Futurecast. This is Wednesday morning. Again, we'll start off the day with no major problems, just clouds. Temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s. We'll work our way to the low to mid 60s on Wednesday afternoon. This is Wednesday evening. Rain chances beginning to increase, at times a little heavy as the front works its way through the area. That's Thursday morning, 7 a.m. This particular model, trending drier. This same model last week was extremely wet through the entire day on Thursday. This is going to be a quick little system that comes and goes, but it's going to leave in its wake a big blast of colder air. And really and truly, this is not even the coldest of the air that's going to be dumping southward. So Thursday morning, we'll start off with clouds, temperatures 40s, and probably hovering in the 40s, if not maybe just kind of bobbing up and down a degree or two on either side of where you kind of start off the day. So we'll average out around 50 degrees, but there will be some spots where the temperatures may dip a couple of degrees, and by the end of the day, maybe even some clearing. Look at the temperatures under clear skies early on Friday morning. 20s and 30s. And as I mentioned, this is not even the coldest of the air that's on the way. So let's talk about that in your extended forecast. Again, warm breezes here today. A low in the upper 30s and low 40s to start off early on Tuesday, only managing a high of 54. That's not bad. A mixture of clouds and sunshine on Tuesday. We'll go Wednesday with rain chances mainly in the afternoon, evening hours, and then exiting through Thanksgiving. I think we're in decent shape there. But the temperatures on Thanksgiving, that 50 is going to happen about 6 o'clock in the morning. We may dip into the upper 40s through the course of the day. Go into Friday, starting off with a temperature in the upper 20s and lower 30s, including here in the city, about 32 degrees. The Egg Bowl over at Vaught Hemingway Stadium in Oxford, Mississippi, 2:30 kickoff for the Mississippi Mississippi State Bulldogs and the Ole Miss Rebels. 45 at kickoff, 44 halftime, down to the upper 30s by the end of the game. So definitely seeing a big change going into the overnight period, dropping back to around 30 degrees to wake up early Saturday. Kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine on Saturday, middle and upper 40s on Saturday. Another cooler blast comes down into the area on Sunday. 44 the high temperature, but I want you to look at this. This is the overnight lows for early Monday. Remember, at the front side of this forecast, I told you, you want to probably start looking at wrapping your exposed pipes. And the reasoning why is this right here. This will be probably one of the coldest nights that we've seen in a very long time, and that's widespread. Even 26 here in the city of Memphis would be near pipe bursting weather, but I think in the outlying areas, most definitely in pipe bursting opportunity. I think 22, 23 is kind of the pipe bursting level for exposed pipes. So if you have any exposed piping, you definitely want to take care of that here the next couple of days. 22 in Dyersburg, same thing in Covington, 23 West Memphis, 24 and Tunica, as well as Oxford, 21 Selmer, Bolivar, and Corinth. Needless to say, this is some of the coldest air that we've seen thus far, obviously this season, but going back to even January and February, and that would be Sunday going into Monday. So this would be the first day going back to classes after the Thanksgiving holiday. Well, only managing a high on Monday of the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. There is a slow warming trend that will try to get going through the course of next week. Temperatures to the mid 40s on Tuesday, upper 40s to near 50 come Wednesday, low 50s come Thursday, and maybe getting closer to average as we approach the St. Jude Marathon, which would be the following Saturday. Not this one coming up, but the one after next. But I will also mention that there could be some rain showers associated with the St. Jude Marathon. We're going to watch that closely. Of course, be the first to alert you to any changes. But the big story here, again, several different systems coming down the pipeline. First one comes in here Monday into Tuesday, first blast of cooler air. We get a brief warm up on Wednesday, then we start tumbling to the second system that moves in here Wednesday into Thanksgiving Thursday. Much cooler through the weekend, and another system hot on its heels moves in here Sunday into Monday, and then we start a slow warming trend, but still even that well below average going into the end of November and the beginning of December.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's so important to support local journalists. They do such a tough job. We all do, and we have a lot of passion with what we cover, various subjects, various issues, various events, and the people that we cover. It's so important, and it's something when it comes to beautifying and bettering a city and a city's government. It's so good to have local journalists, just as first and foremost as a watchdog. I want to bring in one of my favorite local journalists right now, Sam Hardiman with the Daily Memphian, joining us on the digital desk. Sam, it's been a while. How you been?
Hi, Andrew. Thanks for having me on. It has been a bit. I've been well. How about yourself?
Doing well, doing very well. Ready for the holiday season, certainly. And I want to talk to you about a few articles that you sent me, all focusing on downtown Memphis, the downtown crime rate going down, it appears, the increased police presence and technology and cameras and that sort of thing, and this idea of perhaps adding a half-cent sales tax to help with security and beautification of downtown. Tell me about this increased focus from the city and why it's so important. It seems like it is a multi-pronged approach here, right?
Yeah, it certainly seems that the city of Memphis wants the public to think that they are doing a lot downtown. And I'm not saying the city isn't doing a lot to increase security downtown, but there's certainly a perception game being played here, and that's important too, right? Because so much of what we do as journalists, we shape perception of reality for people. And the city of Memphis last week really kind of went on a full court press towards making downtown a safer place and making downtown Memphis a place that's more welcoming for tourists and looks better as well. Not just safer, but more aesthetically appealing for sure. And that's this push is coming after years where people have sort of the perception of downtown Memphis had soured, and we, Andrew, your station, our news outlet, many others have reported on notable events downtown that have been marred by violence.
Yeah, no question. In fact, we've talked about how a lot of the restaurants that we used to love to attend and eat, and a lot of those restaurants are gone, or they're closed up, or they've moved out of downtown. And so here is a three-prong approach, it looks like, or multi-prong approach, I should say, focusing on downtown with more officers, more technology, more cameras, and then this idea of a new tax to help kind of offset the cost of security and, as you mentioned, beautification. How realistic is that new tax? I know that I guess it has to go to the General Assembly in Tennessee, which the Republicans have a majority, a super majority, and typically, new taxes are dead on arrival. But then, this is a unique situation, I guess, right?
Yeah, so what the city of Memphis is asking the Tennessee General Assembly to do, and plans on asking, is to amend what's called the Tourism Development Zone statute, which is essentially the statute that governs the taxing district set up around the pyramid and the one set up around Liberty Park, which we've discussed in the past. And in Nashville, there's a very similar tax in place. The General Assembly passes for Nashville, where there's a half-cent tax, single item tax that's really on prepared foods and a few other things. There are a lot of exemptions to this. So your drinks wouldn't be likely taxed in Memphis. For example, newspapers in downtown Nashville aren't taxed, and that's because the Tennessean is headquartered in downtown Nashville, et cetera, is within the zone. I would imagine maybe even apply here. But the point being here is this: there is probability here. There's a chance. I mean, there's probably a realistic chance that the city of Memphis could get this tax passed, and then it would have to go to the Memphis City Council. So this wouldn't take effect upon the Tennessee General Assembly saying, yes, you can raise within downtown, within these specific boundaries, a half-cent sales tax on certain items, right? That's probably not a foregone conclusion that like the city council would then pass it, but it's certainly something that could come to pass. And it's certainly an interesting step because it would be bringing sort of new money that would be a sales tax, and that taxes those with the least the most. It'd be bringing new money for security and safety, which would go a long way from not adding more city funds to this that are going to other things.
And even if that tax does not pass, or maybe it gets held up in the legislative session, there are other issues that they're bringing forward. I really enjoyed reading your articles, one talking about how violent crime is down 34% compared to last year. Motor vehicle theft down 48%, still above pre-pandemic levels, but down. And then the other issue, I love the comparison from November 1st, 2023 to October 31st, 2024, within a mile of FedEx Forum compared to within a mile of Bridgestone Arena in Nashville. So many more incidents in Nashville and so many more shootings in Nashville compared to within a mile of FedEx Forum. Can you briefly talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, so that's data that the city of Memphis is providing. They're getting other city data from a business subscription service called Placer.ai. So that stuff is not immediately verifiable. Okay, so whether or not that's the accurate count of all the incidents within a mile of Bridgestone Arena in Nashville. I'm not sure. However, in people have pointed out, including some people in the Daily Memphian comment section, which I'm not really prone to read or put much stock in, that there are a lot more events in downtown Nashville. There are a lot more nights that the Bridgestone Arena could be active. And so that there is that chance for just more incidents in general. At the same time, I think that the point stands, however, and this is the city of Memphis releases data. The point stands is that so much of Memphis's perception of itself is just, oh, we're crime, crime, crime all the time. And here is at least some data, and again, the veracity of it can't be really seen. I'm not saying it's bunk. I'm just saying I can't tell. That is showing that another major city, a city that now compares favorably to Memphis, has its own issues downtown, which is, of course, that's the case. But Memphians' perception, which is often very like insular and focused on here, maybe doesn't always realize that like stuff happening in downtown Memphis, it happens in major cities nationwide. That's maybe the gist of this.
Yeah, yeah, and but it definitely surprised me because it, talked about that same, and again, you said it, these numbers can't be verified, but we were talking about incidents, total incidents in that time frame of about a year. 4,728 different incidents within a mile of FedEx Forum compared to 7,071 incidents of Bridgestone Arena. And that just was very surprising to me. Almost double, not quite, but almost double there. And then the other article you mentioned is about this, again, this police reinforcement, more officers, more cameras, and more technology going downtown. Can you briefly explain that too? I think that's something that people have been calling for quite a while, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're going to see, and you already see it to an extent, but there will be more officers. There are going to be 24 more police officers on game nights, essentially in downtown Memphis on game nights, whether that's a concert at FedEx Forum, a Tigers basketball game, or Grizzlies basketball game. There are going to be 24 more officers. They're going to be stationed out of 250 Peabody Place, where they're going to be real-time crime monitors, monitoring these hundreds of new cameras. Well, about 180 new cameras to go with the 240 new cameras already downtown, right? The city is going to be using, artificial intelligence software that they pay for through a subscription to monitor, license plate, stuff like that. There's going to be gun sniffing dogs. Like the whole point that the city is trying to make is that they're making an effort for what would be called a deterrent effect downtown, right? To keep people away that may want to do something that wouldn't be good, right? And that's what they're trying to do. And they're trying to use a police show of force. And you're right, Andrew, people have been calling for this for a while. Downtown business leaders, the Memphis Grizzlies would like to see this. The mayor acknowledged that, right? And so this is certainly a step. And we'll see. I mean, all it takes, right, is one incident for people to say, well, this isn't working, right? And so, and the proof will be in the pudding. But it's certainly a step. It's certainly a show of force to change perception back for the positive of downtown, because people had soured on a place that had really risen in the mind of Memphians in recent years with its sort of revitalization, and people had sort of soured because of notable violent incidents. So this is that effort to make people feel safe downtown again, and we'll see if it works.
Yeah, there is always been a prevailing wisdom that if Memphis could ever get this crime issue under control and bring it down and reduce it, I mean, the sky is the limit. And without that crime issue, and if it's still very much overwhelming, it limits so much of the city and what the city can really do, and the dynamic aspects and goals and ideas are all at risk with this crime issue. So if they can handle that crime and get it under control, it could be pretty spectacular. Anything else you want to say before we let you go, Sam?
No, again, appreciate you having me on. Sorry it's been so long. That's on me. Hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving with friends and family. Be safe out there.
All right, Sam Hardiman, glad to have you back in the fold. Great stuff as always. We appreciate you and the entire team at the Daily Memphian and all the local journalists out there. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Sam Hardiman. Live look from our high five camera there at downtown Memphis. 65 degrees, 944. Kind of a cloudy day, but it is warm. It's not going to be warm the entire week, though. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday, the week of Thanksgiving. A lot of changes on the way over the next couple of days. Enjoy the warm weather while we have it here today, and I will go ahead and tell you now, give you a first alert. If you've got any exposed piping, you probably want to go ahead and take the time while it's a little warmer here on the front side this week to get ready and wrap those pipes, because changes in a big way in the colder department are on the way. Southwesterly breezes today, pushing those numbers to the upper 60s and low 70s at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Variably cloudy skies, and most of the showers after lunchtime today into the early evening hours. Now again, the wind's a little gusty from time to time, around 25 to 35 miles per hour, generally out of the south and west. We turn more westerly late this afternoon and turn more northerly after sunset as the frontal boundary works its way through the region. Rain chances will also be on the increase as we head through the latter half of this morning into the afternoon hours. I think after lunchtime, that's when we start to see a few showers moving through the area. Now understand, this will not be everybody getting wet, but many folks will probably see at least a chance for showers as we go through the latter half of the afternoon into the early evening hours. After about 7, 8 o'clock this evening, the rain chances will start to taper off. The rain should come to an end by midnight. Mostly cloudy skies, temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s with that wind turning northerly, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Of course, a lot of changes coming in our direction the next couple of days. Once you stay weatherware anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Speaking to that, let's just hop forward. Of course, one of the biggest travel days of the entire year, traveling across the region. This is Wednesday, and we're looking at I-40 from Knoxville to Nashville to Memphis, Little Rock, Fort Smith, Oklahoma City. There's obviously going to be some opportunities for rain. I think the better rain chances will come in during the afternoon and evening hours of Wednesday. So if you're heading out early on Wednesday, I think you're going to be in decent shape. Different story if you're going to be northbound along I-55. That's where the rain will start. And for some folks, rain and snow showers mixing in from time to time across portions of Illinois, Indiana, southern Michigan, and northwestern portions of Ohio. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see a couple snowflakes mixing in with temperatures in the 40s in Chicago, 47 with rain showers in St. Louis are heading south, 74 in Jackson, Mississippi, upper 70s near 80 degrees in New Orleans. This is all going to be part of a big change that will come in our direction. Again, opportunities for scattered showers here today and into tonight. We're dry tomorrow, and we've told you guys all week long last week, leading into this past weekend, that Tuesday would probably be the best day to get out and do traveling. Wednesday is a little iffy. I think the front side of Wednesday we will be okay, but after lunchtime, that's when we start to see the rain chances increasing. Continues through Wednesday evening, Wednesday night. Should come to an end prior to sunrise for most spots on Thanksgiving Thursday. I wouldn't be surprised if there's still a few lingering showers in a few spots, but we should trend drier, maybe even a few clearing spots as we get ready for a quiet and bright but very cold Friday across the region. Let's go hour by hour with our First Alert Futurecast. This is Wednesday morning. Again, we'll start off the day with no major problems, just clouds. Temperatures in the upper 30s and low 40s. We'll work our way to the low to mid 60s on Wednesday afternoon. This is Wednesday evening. Rain chances beginning to increase, at times a little heavy as the front works its way through the area. That's Thursday morning, 7 a.m. This particular model, trending drier. This same model last week was extremely wet through the entire day on Thursday. This is going to be a quick little system that comes and goes, but it's going to leave in its wake a big blast of colder air. And really and truly, this is not even the coldest of the air that's going to be dumping southward. So Thursday morning, we'll start off with clouds, temperatures 40s, and probably hovering in the 40s if not maybe just kind of bobbing up and down a degree or two on either side of where you kind of start off the day. So we'll average out around 50 degrees, but there will be some spots where the temperatures may dip a couple of degrees, and by the end of the day, maybe even some clearing. Look at the temperatures under clear skies early on Friday morning. 20s and 30s. And as I mentioned, this is not even the coldest of the air that's on the way. So let's talk about that in your extended forecast. Again, warm breezes here today. A low in the upper 30s and low 40s to start off early on Tuesday, only managing a high of 54. That's not bad. A mixture of clouds and sunshine on Tuesday. We'll go Wednesday with rain chances mainly in the afternoon, evening hours, and then exiting through Thanksgiving. I think we're in decent shape there. But the temperatures on Thanksgiving, that 50 is going to happen about 6 o'clock in the morning. We may dip into the upper 40s through the course of the day. Go into Friday, starting off with a temperature in the upper 20s and lower 30s, including here in the city about 32 degrees. The Egg Bowl over at Vaught Hemingway Stadium in Oxford, Mississippi, 2:30 kickoff for the Mississippi State Bulldogs and the Ole Miss Rebels. 45 at kickoff, 44 halftime, down to the upper 30s by the end of the game. So definitely seeing a big change going into the overnight period, dropping back to around 30 degrees to wake up early Saturday. Kind of a back and forth between clouds and sunshine on Saturday, middle and upper 40s on Saturday. Another cooler blast comes down into the area on Sunday. 44 the high temperature, but I want you to look at this. This is the overnight lows for early Monday. Remember, at the front side of this forecast, I told you, you want to probably start looking at wrapping your exposed pipes. And the reasoning why is this right here. This will be probably one of the coldest nights that we've seen in a very long time, and that's widespread. Even 26 here in the city of Memphis would be near pipe bursting weather, but I think in the outlying areas, most definitely in pipe bursting opportunity. I think 22, 23 is kind of the pipe bursting level for exposed pipes. So if you have any exposed piping, you definitely want to take care of that here the next couple of days. 22 in Dyersburg, same thing in Covington, 23 West Memphis, 24 and Tunica, as well as Oxford, 21 Selmer, Bolivar, and Corinth. Needless to say, this is some of the coldest air that we've seen thus far, obviously this season, but going back to even January and February, and that would be Sunday going into Monday. So this would be the first day going back to classes after the Thanksgiving holiday, only managing a high on Monday of the upper 30s to near 40 degrees. There is a slow warming trend that will try to get going through the course of next week. Temperatures to the mid 40s on Tuesday, upper 40s to near 50 come Wednesday, low 50s come Thursday, and maybe getting closer to average as we approach the St. Jude Marathon, which would be the following Saturday. Not this one coming up, but the one after next. But I will also mention that there could be some rain showers associated with the St. Jude Marathon. We're going to watch that closely. Of course, be the first to alert you to any changes. But the big story here, again, several different systems coming down the pipeline. First one comes in here Monday into Tuesday. First blast of cooler air. We get a brief warm up on Wednesday. Then we start tumbling to the second system that moves in here Wednesday into Thanksgiving Thursday. Much cooler through the weekend. And another system hot on its heels moves in here Sunday into Monday. And then we start a slow warming trend, but still even that well below average going into the end of November and the beginning of December.